Well, good morning, councillors, and welcome along to the Environment Community Committee meeting for the month of August. This meeting is open to the public and also being live streamed. So I'd like to thank those who are in the room with us today. So welcome to the Mayor, the Deputy Mayor, councillors, CEO, General Managers, and everyone else that has joined us today. I'd like to open the meeting by acknowledging the Aboriginal parties whose songlines traverse the lands we meet on today, the Western Waka Waka, Guyabal and Jarrawa peoples, and pay respects to their elders past, present and emerging, but they hold the knowledge, rich traditions and bold ambitions of Australia's first people. We'd also like to acknowledge our Portfolio Chair, Councillor Tim McMahon, as well this morning. Attendance, no apologies I'd note to mark down, or any leaves of absence, no, or declarations. If any of those come up, councillors, throughout the morning, we can address that at that time. So we'll go straight to, we have one item that is in open session. It is item 3, so the review of Administration Amendment Local Law number 1. So I might hand over to General Manager Nick Hauser to introduce this item.
Thank you, Councillor O'Shea. Good morning, councillors. Councillors, you'll recall that Council did make a decision in November 2020 to make subordinate local law number 1.3 and the associated local law number 1. An error was identified in the definitions associated with Schedule 2, Part 2 of that local law, which necessitates a change, and that's in relation to footnotes in the subordinate local law around establishment or occupation of a temporary home. So the updates required are attached with track changes for your information. They are very minor in nature and they just deal with those definitions where that oversight occurred. Mr Jeffries, Manager of Environment and Regulatory Services, is here to answer any detailed questions that you might have, but this really is just correcting a very minor error.
Thanks, Mr Hauser. Any questions, councillors? Councillor McMahon.
Thanks, Chair. Through you to Nick, just wondering if this includes shipping containers in the tiny home definition. There's been a bit of talk back and forward about shipping containers probably used illegally and maybe wanting to be used in the future, and if that definition is as far-reaching as that.
Through the Chair, no, the shipping containers are dealt with under our planning scheme and require building approval. So they are different to this. If they were being used for one of these activities, then this would pick up on it as well.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Shine.
Yeah, thank you. Look, I read this in detail last night, but I'm not much the wiser for it. I just wondering, what was the error here? What needed to be fixed up in ordinary language? And who discovered the error? Was it here or King & Co? Or?
Through the Chair, the error is in the footnote we refer to temporary home, which if you read the definition would allow it to be used for 60 days. That's not the situation, and under the Building Act and the building codes that we work under as well, people can use a temporary home, but they've got to have approval for it. So you can't have it as straight out 60 days. They've got to have approval. A temporary home normally is allowed where somebody is building a house on their property and we negotiate timeframes and so forth. And you'll see that in parts of the other in the subordinate local law. It was picked up by our building compliance officer. We thought we had addressed it, and I apologise. I thought we had addressed it, but it got caught in that footnote. This can't override the Building Act or any legislation of the state or federal, but we've brought it back because it needs to be tidied up, and we'd rather do it sooner or later to prevent any arguments about the definitions between different pieces of legislation.
Does that answer your question, Councillor Shine?
Well, I think the amendment sort of defines inserts the words, you know, I haven't got it in front of me, but tiny house, is it?
Yeah, it does. It inserts tiny home or caravan which is used,
Yeah,
but it does take out temporary home.
right.
That's the issue.
That's the issue. That's where the 60 days comes in.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Satisfied with that, Councillor Shine?
Thank you.
Councillor Summerfield?
Thank you. I feel like my question's been answered. I remember making a few inquiries around tiny homes, etc., at the time when this policy came through council, so I'm glad it's being rectified.
Thanks, Councillor Summerfield. Any other questions, Councillor McDonald?
Thanks, Mr Chair. Just double checking if this needs to go to consultation now, or is it because it's just a minor amendment, it doesn't?
No, it will go out for consultation. There's a formal process, and even though we've picked it up as an error, it's not an administrative error. It's still changing the actual subordinate local law.
Thanks.
Any other questions along that line, councillors? Okay, so there is a recommendation before us. So that recommendation, the council resolves to propose to make administration amendment local law number 1, 2021. And the second part of that recommendation, the council resolves to propose to make establishment or occupation of a temporary home amendment subordinate local law number 1, 2021. Do I have a mover? Sorry,
Question, if I could.
Yeah, sorry, Councillor Summerfield.
Excuse me. Should we actually include in there that it has to go back out to community consultation as well?
Through the chair, there's no real reason to do that because we have to do it. It's part of the process that we have to go through. I think we explained last time when we did all these amendments, there's about 11 steps we've got to go through, as well as seeking the Minister's approval and all those sort of things, which we are required to do. There's no choice in that.
Comfortable with that, Councillor Summerfield? Councillor Taylor?
Well, I was just going to say, Mr Chair, it's actually in the issues and responses in the report.
So if there are no further questions, I do have Councillor McMahon. Were you still happy to move that move? So moved by Councillor McMahon, seconded by Councillor Melissa Taylor. Anyone wishing to go into debate? I'll put it to the motion. Those in favour? It's carried unanimously. Councillors, the next item we have in Environment Community is in confidential, so I'd ask for a motion to adjourn. Councillor Carol Taylor and Councillor Tim McMahon. All those in favour? So we'll adjourn till over to Finance and Business Strategy.
Good morning, Mayor and councillors. Welcome to Finance and Business Strategy meeting for August. I acknowledge the Mayor, councillors, Councillor Shine as Portfolio Lead, and welcome everyone to the meeting. Those in the gallery, please you could find a seat, and those watching online. I appreciate your attendance as well. I'd like to acknowledge the CEO and Acting GM Shane Hinchcliffe today, and also acknowledge the Aboriginal parties whose songlines traverse these lands we meet on today, the Western Waka Waka, Guyabal and Jarrawa peoples, and pay respects to their elders past, present and emerging, for they hold the knowledge, rich traditions and bold ambitions of Australia's first people. Everyone is in attendance, so we're up to item number 2. And are there any apologies that anyone wanted to mention today, or leave of absence for the future? If there isn't any of those, declaration of conflicts of interest. If there's any of those, we can pick them up on the way if they're unknown at this particular time. That being the case, we can move directly on to item number 3, which is the operational plan quarter. And pass over to Shane to make some comments, and then you'll pass to Rosie. Thank you, Shane.
Good morning, councillors. As is the case every quarter, but for the end of the financial year, we've got the operational plan report to the year ending 30th June 2020 one, and I'll pass over to Rhodey to present the report.
Thanks, Shane. Thanks, Rosie.
Good morning, Mr Mayor, councillors and those tuning in via the live stream. I also acknowledge and thank the general managers in the room this morning who are here to respond to any questions. Today, I present the 2021 final operational plan progress report for the financial year. The year was again an unprecedented year with many challenges with regards to our economy, but also COVID-19. We learnt a lot of things during the 2019-20 year or early 2020 about the impacts that COVID might bring for our region and specifically the activities that we deliver as an organisation. But as we saw during the last financial year, many of those impacts were still evolving. So there's a lot of learning and establishing what our new normal might look like. It's also critical that we remember in reviewing this progress update that it is about delivering our community promise with regards to our corporate plan, our goals, people, place, sustainability, prosperity and performance. With a better understanding of our resources and challenges throughout the year and our operational impacts and the environmental impacts that we have sustained, the plan had been adapted via adoption at each quarter. So what we see today wasn't necessarily what we adopted at the start of the year, but it was a changing and evolving year. And we aligned our operational plan to all of those factors in many cases, but in some we remained with stretched targets and visionary or strategies against what we might deliver. The result for 2021, with 99% of actions on track and monitor, is what was once again a challenging year, is a reasonable result. The result is consistent with previous years and that of those years that didn't have the impacts that we've seen over the last 12 months. It again showed our organisation has the agility and focus to deliver the services and requirements that our community expect and need from us. A strong result from actions is supported by our internal KPIs, which are continuously monitored throughout the year. Our KPIs finished with 80% on track and monitor, with 20% off track. But as I mentioned, it was a changing and evolving year, and we did leave many of our KPIs with stretched targets or strategic intent about where we wish to head for the organisation, but not necessarily changing those targets with the evolving resource and budget implications that the new normal of our environment brought to us. As always, I acknowledge the officers and their efforts to deliver some 190 actions monitored by our milestones and measured by our 429 KPIs. So no small feat for our organisation throughout the financial year. Those actions and KPIs are about our business as usual activities, our projects, and our strategic intent for the organisation. I open now for questions with regards to this, but it's critical we remember this sets our performance for our year. It's what's delivered in our annual report. It's aligned back to our budget that was spent. We can't change that now. Our actuals are our actuals for the previous year. But it's important we learn from these results, understand our stretch targets and understand our commitments for the year coming, as we have many lessons that we've learnt over the last 18 months in what we now see as our new normal.
Thanks, Rosie. Of course, we've set our operational plan for this current year based on the history of what we see before us, which is a summary, and this will be included in the annual report later on in the year as well.
That's correct.
So this is really the final report for the year. Any questions, councillors, for Rosie or GMs at this stage? Where we're at. There's no.
Excuse me, Mr.
Sorry,
Chair.
Councillor Nancy.
Excuse me, I've caught a frog.
You're right.
I'm just wondering, are you going to work through this or what's the plan?
Oh, happy to work through it. If there's a need to work through it, we can start with the CEO's area, which is page 88 on board books, for those of you watching online. So any questions or queries in regard to the CEO's area?
I have a couple.
You had a couple? Thank you, Councillor Nancy. So
Thank you,
Done debating.
Chair. Thanks, Rosie. So, Brian, just on page 9 of the op plan, or 97 on board books, it's in relation to EPMO. 16 out of 20 projects audited met quals. It is noted that this is based on an audit conducted on 4 branches only. Decision made not to proceed until completion of external consultant review of EPMO. So I recall EPMO being set up back in about 2015 under Kevin Flanagan, did a report at council in the chambers, and there's been ongoing concerns about function, and I'm just wondering, there's an external audit now happening. Could you elaborate on that, please?
This audit is in relation to the compliance with following the PMF. So a lot of that was interrupted last year with COVID. However, in relation to the EPMO, we're going through a total review of the EPMO, particularly in relation to the project management framework classifications that are within that. So the organisation, we have different levels where the PMF is applied, different categories, and we're actually simplifying that so that we've got a consultant in who's working with all of the management team and the EPMO office at this point in time to simplify that process, and it's actually been very effective. We've actually engaged that consultant to actually drive some of those changes that I think we need to move through that EPMO process, but it's very well received in the organisation at the moment, and we think we're making good progress at this point in time.
Thank you. So I don't want to go into too much detail about it, but is it an acceptance of the process that is the problem in the organisation, or?
I think there are some difficulties where our managers were trying to fit within the framework, and the framework wasn't, I suppose, agile enough to allow for the different levels of projects that we actually have, from the ones that need the highest level of overview from project management teams right down to the very small projects. So the framework wasn't facilitating all of those different levels that we have within the organisation, and there's been a lot of work to make sure that it's actually much easier to use and more functional and easier to adapt by all of the levels throughout the organisation.
Thank you. That helps. So then on page 10, staffing, excuse my frog, he won't go away. Staff engagement has dropped off according to the report, and at a time when, we have concerns about staff bullying and that sort of thing, I was very surprised that has occurred. And then on page 14, it reflects further concern because it's saying that complaints backlog has not reduced due to an increase in bullying and harassment cases. The recent change in personnel has impacted service delivery. Council received 120 allegations for the year. 45% have been investigated within the KPIs of the complaint management policy. However, the column reflecting outcomes says 50%, so there's a variance there. But I'm just concerned that we're only 50% of the cases have been investigated, and we've dropped off in our staff engagement at a time when there's quite a focus on concern around staff bullying. So I just wonder if you could assist with that, please.
Just to address the first question, I think there's no change from what council was, the information council received. That's just the reiteration of the results from the last staff survey. So it was 4% increase in performance, a 4% decrease in engagement. So that's just the same figures that were provided to council previously. So it's just reported at the end of the year. So there's no change in relation to that.
Okay.
So there's been no further work done from that last survey. There hasn't been another survey done from that particular point in time. So that's just those figures. The other one is there has been an increase of reporting of allegations of bullying and harassment, which is a good thing. As you recall, there was a discrepancy between the amount that was reported anonymously as to what was actually raised officially throughout the organisation. There has been an increase in that, which is good. There's been a heavy workload through our pod and through our governance areas in investigating those. That they're all actually being investigated. I think it's actually meeting the timelines of those is the issue in relation to that percentage that's reported there. But all of those, as I've given an undertaking before, depending on the seniority, a lot of those have been outsourced externally for investigation. And as you're aware, there's also parallel to that a PKF process that's happening where some other ones have come to light in relation to that, and they're also being followed up. So there's a heavy workload that's actually being investigated in relation to following up all of those harassment and bullying complaints, because as you're aware, Council and myself as leader of the organisation are very serious about following those issues through to resolution.
Thank you. And as you say, it is a good thing. It's a good and a bad thing, but it's a good thing that people are actually reporting it.
That's right.
So
Safe enough to.
that's good. So do you feel that there's a need for additional resources there to assist them, or do you feel that it's under control?
We're outsourcing a lot of that to externals. So there has been a heavy workload in relation to that, but we think we've got the adequate resources in place now to deal with it all.
Okay, thank you. So then I've only got one more, Mr Chair, if I could. On page 13, it's talking about review and continuous improvement of enterprise risk management and business continuity management systems. There's 2 lines there on that, and one's at 50%, one's at 34%. I just wonder, is that a risk for our organisation?
Yeah, that's implementing the actual systems to capture that information. So it's actually the technology system to actually do that. So there's processes in place behind that we have normally, but this is about basically getting a better system integrated right across the organisation and having the technology through Tech One and now the technology that we need so we can actually have a better handle and reporting of that right across the organisation. So it's actually implementing the system that's reporting on.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Summerfield. Councillor Shine and Councillor Von Hoff.
Thank you. Just going right back to almost the start, page 82 or page 3 of the initial document. On the lower diagram or chart there, it's got organisational operational plan action progress by group, and only one group seems to be off track according to that. A particular reason for that you could imagine? It's page 3 of 6, or 3 of 8, is it? And it's 82.
Page 82 of board books, is it?
Yeah, 82 of board.
Oh, yeah, 82 of board books, right.
The lower
That's,
diagram.
yes.
Through your chair, Councillor, is that the correct graph that you're referring to that's on screen now?
Yes.
The action.
Thank you. You're happy for me to
Yeah,
proceed?
sure.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Shine, that is, I imagine you're referring to our Environment and Community Services group with regards to those 3 actions that are noted as off track. So if we look at the Environment and Community Services group and the services under which they deliver for our community, they're the ones that are most greatly impacted by a changing environment with regards to COVID-19. That environment has seen them adapt some of their services. There's also been much discussion about some of their services in this chamber to date. This is a reflection of them adapting the operational plan, but also still maintaining some stretch targets for which they wished to achieve, but in many cases were unable to do so. That may be restrictions around their ability to open because of health regulation, their ability to open because of resourcing, budget, or strategic intent behind those. So I would pass those questions to the General Manager, Environment and Community Services, when we make it to their specifics regarding their report. But that's still a very sound result. With only 1% of our actions noted as off track for the full financial year, remembering our actions are the activities we intend to deliver. Our KPIs is about the qualitative and quantitative version or performance of how they've been delivered. So have we met the expectation versus have we done the activity? So I would suggest they've been delivering the activities, but to the quantum that the community or themselves would have expected through their KPIs, they haven't met those targets. But there's a number of legitimate reasons as to why not. So I'd also remind that whilst a red indicator in a report doesn't always look great, it doesn't mean that the efforts or the priority hasn't been there. It's just the conversation to have. Is the red bad? And is there something that needs to be done? Or is it just where we are in terms of the environment that we're working with right now?
So is it fair to say that it would be peculiar to environment rather than other aspects of the council because of COVID? It's more exposed to the COVID influence than any other department.
That's correct. Environment and Community Services, being that forward-facing or that customer-facing service, have the greatest impact with regards to that.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Shine. Councillor Rebecca and Councillor Megan.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Through you to the CEO, page 9 of the Operational Plan Progress Report. I don't believe this is what Councillor Summerfield was talking about, but please interrupt me if it is. That integrated asset management audit, and we talk a lot about asset management in this chamber, and I just don't understand the comments that are in the performance category there, the performance column. The integrated asset management team is advancing council asset management maturity in line with the better practice framework and improvement plan outlined in the long-term asset management plan. What does that mean? And we've got a cross next to it. So
My understanding is that the integrated asset management maturity audit is on a scale of 1 to 5, and it depends on how advanced an organisation, and it's a generic measure across all organisations that all organisations can use about how mature they are for dealing with or having an integrated asset management system in place. So that score is 2.8 when we're aiming for 3.
okay, so, and it seems from that, from your comments and this comment, it's sort of stubbornly so. So what is it that is stopping us improve our asset management?
I think it's we're on a journey, and where we started from, we're moving through, and the expectation is over a period of time, we'll move the organisation from where we are, and you keep working on that to get to, actually the ultimate is a 5, and very, very few organisations ever get to that. But the idea is that by using that audit tool, you can identify opportunities for improving and maturing the asset management framework and reporting throughout the organisation. So that's a measure that's a driver to help improve.
Okay, so are you confident then that the processes that we currently have in place will, with time, shift us to 3 and then hopefully beyond?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep, that's what we're trying to do. Yeah.
A second question, if I might, Chair. Again, on page 14, through you to the CEO, it's also in line with what Councillor Summerfield was talking about with those, with the number of complaints that have been investigated by council of bullying and harassment. And it talks about those 120 allegations received this 2020-2021 financial year. And I wanted to get a sense from you of, you said that there's more people coming forward and reporting, but this really sort of broke, I suppose, in March. Can you give us an idea of just how marked that acceleration has been since this really did come to light?
Um,
102.
There's obviously a marked difference between the reporting, as I talked before, anonymously, and now. There has been a marked increase in reports in the last, what would it be, probably 6 months, I would think, in relation to that. in relation to that, so it's good to see that that's happened, and as you're aware, the PKF issue has also gone back to people who've departed the organisation to see if there's any issues in relation to that, and there's some evidence stuff that's come that, which will come to council in due course as well. But there has been, seems to be more confidence in the organisation in relation to doing that. As you're aware, we've had multiple channels available for staff to actually report any incidences in relation to that. But also the PKF one of the discussions I've had, preliminary discussions with PKF, is that they believe there's value in future to actually have a totally independent opportunity for people to report that outside the organisation, and where they basically triage those issues and then report those back to council. It's another channel that we'll make available, and I think that's good, sound advice, and I think we should go out to the market to actually see if we can get that service as well.
Yeah, I'm actually not surprised to hear that, and it's good to hear that things are changing. That comment in the column, the recent change in personnel has impacted service delivery. I don't know if you can talk about that in this forum or if you can't, but is that, I don't actually understand what that means either. That same KPI about the percentage of complaints investigated. The recent change in personnel has impacted service delivery.
Yeah, I can probably talk to council in confidence about
Sure.
that. That's
okay,
fine.
thank you.
That's all, Councillor Von Hoff?
Yeah, thanks, Chair.
Councillor Megan?
Thank you, Chair. Brian, could you just talk to me about the integrated enterprise risk management system? So how is that different to, I suppose I just don't really understand how that's different to assessing what our risk framework is normally, and is that something different to what we're doing, what we do as...
My understanding it's actually putting in place the technology, a system that actually collects that.
Oh, okay. Is that right, Rosie?
Through you, Chair, that's correct. So at the moment we operate in a number of spreadsheets. This is moving it to a corporate system.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good question. And so what's the sort of hold up there, or what's the problem about only 34% progress? Is there...
Through you, Chair, from my understanding, it was an activity budgeted for at a budget review, so the timeframe in which it had to proceed was much less than anticipated. So that activity is still occurring in this financial year, so it hasn't stopped, it's continuous.
So just in terms of our risk framework, it's not, we're not in any riskier position because this is not happening than having it done as a manual system. Is that what you're saying?
That's right. So the system implementation is about making access and ease for our officers operating in the enterprise risk management space, whereas at the moment it is a little cumbersome for them to operate in the systems or spreadsheets that they're operating in now. It doesn't change the risk. It's still being managed and managed well through the principal enterprise risk. However, continuous improvement into a solution will make that process more visible, more accessible, and hopefully give officers a better experience while they're managing their risks.
Thanks, Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan. No other questions in regard to the CEO? If that's the case, we move to the next, which is service delivery and sustainability. And Rosie, you're here to answer any questions in regard to that?
Correct.
Any questions in regard to SDS for Rosie? If there's no questions there, we move directly to environment and community, and perhaps we invite Nick up and he could kick off with the question from Councillor Shine, perhaps around that milestone, to answer that question, or the action. Thanks, Nick.
Thank you, Councillor McDonald, and I think the Councillor Shine's question was answered very well by Rosie. There's 3 actions that are off track there, and they are all impacted by COVID. There's a couple in library services, and they're around equitable access to our library facilities, and the library was closed for at least 3 months of that period, so we were unable to provide that service for that period of time. The other one is, so there's a couple in library service, the other one was in property services, and it was around supporting safer Toowoomba regional partnerships and City Safe and Graffiti Stop. And because they're all included in one action, some of those things are travelling well, and as we would expect, other parts of that, for example, the Safer Toowoomba Regional Partnerships component, and I think we've spoken about that before, didn't meet the milestones that we'd set ourselves for a few reasons. One of those was that Safer Toowoomba Regional Partnerships itself was somewhat disrupted by COVID, was unable to meet, and its focus changed, and the partners had different priorities during that time. We also experienced some staff vacancies and things like that. So I don't think it exposes us to any great risk. We just haven't progressed where we thought we would, and we'd pick up that work into the future. Thank you.
And I think, Nick, if I can comment on that, a few of those that were mentioned have actually changed in the latest iteration of the operational plan for this year.
Yep.
Which has corrected some of those things that Councillor Shawn has picked up on. Any questions for Nick? Councillor Summerfield?
Thank you, Chair. Just one, Nick, and you mentioned Safer Toowoomba Regional Partnerships. I just wonder, can you elaborate on what's happening there, and do we ever receive a report in relation to, we provide funding, I believe, to that organisation each year. I'm just wondering, do we ever receive a report on activities there, or?
Doesn't come to council. It might come through our property services branch, report on their activities. Our officer does attend. Councillor McDonald, I think your council's appointment to the Safer Toowoomba Regional Partnership, so you might help me out with some elaboration. But you're right, we do provide some funding. They operate the Graffiti Stop program. They undertake a number of other initiatives that we try and support them through our usual operations. In terms of reporting, we're there in attendance and have an awareness and understanding of what's happening, but I'm not sure there's a formal reporting mechanism back to council.
Yeah, I think there's an opportunity for Graffiti Stop to report, which is probably something that would be useful for this council to get an understanding of the quantum of that. And we've had a recent report through to the executive of STRP. So the executive still meet on a monthly basis. The Heights Community Centre management team meet on a monthly basis. And of course the $3.3 million Heights Community Centre is set to open hopefully in the next few weeks. Not officially open, but open so that they can transition in. And that's naturally where a lot of the focus has been. The strategy which councillors will recall when we received, or the region received, Safe Community designation, highlighted some areas for this region. One was around a survey for the whole of community where we saw over 1,100 people respond to a survey around the social determinants of health. And out of that, there were 4 focus groups that were made, and those focus groups have leads in the community. Just to give you a very brief on that, the 4 focus areas, crime and violence, which is looked after by the Superintendent of Police, obesity prevention, which is focus led by Shirley Ann Gardner, homeless prevention, which is led by Rodney Watton from Lifeline, drugs and alcohol prevention, which is led by Col Ryan from Teen Challenge, and then there's an emerging issues area as well, which, interestingly enough, some of the feedback through the interagency group, of which there's now about 60 groups that meet through collectives of those focus groups, is around loneliness, which is loneliness and isolation has been something that started to rise through the community, and many of you would have probably heard through different sources that is happening. So that's not necessarily just a focus for this group, but it's a focus for the nation, in fact. So all of those groups are meeting independently because of COVID, and then they report back on a monthly basis to the executive. So there's a heck of a lot happening in that space, and perhaps it's worthwhile for maybe the executive minutes to be circulated to this group as just an update, which is quite easily done. So that could happen. It's not normal, but that could happen.
Thanks, Jeff. I appreciate that comprehensive summary of what's been going on. Isolation is certainly a big one for our nation, and mental health issues that go with that are quite concerning. So But just in relation to this, I wonder, due to the fact that we give them funding, there would be an obligation in the annual report to provide a summary as well of what happens.
I think our funding's primarily geared towards the graffiti stop. That's what council's funding supports. And, you know, we can include some KPIs or something around that. I'll give it some thought, Councillor Summerfield, and implement something appropriate. Thanks.
Okay. Any other questions, councillors, comments? Councillor Rebecca?
Thanks, Chair. Through you to Nick. Nick, page 56 of the report, which is 145 on board books, councillors. Library services. So we've got a cross next to it, and the comments are about the programs that weren't delivered. And, I mean, a few times we've been around this track, and I want to flesh out something here because the challenges that are listed, it says libraries are still a restricted business according to Queensland Health, so require social distancing and contact tracing. And I really want you to go into this for me because to my mind, contact tracing is as easy as beep when you walk in. And I've not known a library to be so packed that the, you know, one person per 2 square metres or 4 square metres is a pressing issue. So can you really just drill down, what is it about the libraries being a restricted business that is affecting day-to-day operations currently in August 2021?
Right. Your question about August 2021 is looking forward and outside of this reporting period.
Okay.
So what we've reported on here is around up until June, and we're really reporting year-to-date performance. So you're right, the restrictions around that restricted business have eased for us, but there was a period during this time, and I can't remember the dates, but I'm sure there were months there when we were closed. So for the first part of the reporting period, libraries were closed. We'd anticipated to have 100 visitors a day in a library, and we had 0, so that's affected our performance. And we chose not to amend our KPIs or milestones, and we could have done that through the quarterly reviews. We could have asked for council to amend those targets, but we thought it was important to acknowledge how big an impact the COVID restrictions had on our business. So we've left them there, and we've achieved some red crosses and all those sorts of things. And like Rosie said, I don't think we need to necessarily take a view that a red cross is a bad thing. It's something that draws your attention to something that's going on that hasn't gone the way you planned, and have a look and think about that. So I think you know, that explains our performance beforehand. But I will answer your question in how does it affect us in August 2021. So you would think it's as simple as beep and away you go. Not everybody has access to those mobile devices to do that. So we've had to work through those arrangements, and we either have to provide a digital device for people to borrow from us to record their details, or we're recording those things manually, which somebody then has to upload by the end of the day, I think is the requirement. So there's quite some, you know, some additional administrative tasks for us. Not everybody has a positive attitude to having to input their information for contact tracing. So we deal with some interesting and difficult customers at times, which is a challenge for our staff. We're at 2 people per 4 square metres, and I think that's where we still are. It was proposed to change to 3, and then there was another COVID out, 3 per 4 square metres. I think I've talked about that before. There's another outbreak which put us back to 2 per 4 square metres, but it relates not only to, so if you take the City Library, for example, it's got a big floor plate, you'd think you'd fit a lot of people in there. When we're conducting our programs and services, if they're in a room, take, for example, the digital literacy or tech-savvy seniors, whatever name we have for it, we might be meeting in a smaller room and the same requirements apply there. So where our capacity once might have been 20 people, it might be reduced to well, less than that, might be 10, might be 15, depending on the size of the room. So that's impacting our programs and services in those sorts of rooms. It's also difficult for us to plan for some programs in our regional libraries where their carrying capacity is not great. And if we were to conduct programs, it might be story time program for children, and if we have 20 people attend that, the carrying capacity of the library is only 22, we're not leaving much space. So we're working through those. I think there's solutions to all of those, and I'm challenging the team to work through those issues, because very simply, I'd suggest that we conduct story time an hour before the library opens, and that gives us a solution. We know we can limit the numbers, we can contact trace, or I think you can avoid contact tracing if you do ticketing. So we could look at ticketing systems. You need to book in and effectively be ticketed, and we can collect the information that way. We might still need to contact trace on top of that, but there are solutions. But I guess there's couple of parts to your questions. One's reflecting, looking back at what's happened over 12 months, and we're definitely working through all those restrictions now.
If I can just comment,
Sure.
Chair, through you, I think that not amending the targets was a really good decision, because we never claw those back. Once targets have been dropped, it's nigh impossible to ever restore them. So I think that was a really, really wise decision that benefits the community.
Okay.
And secondly, to say that the staff at our libraries are the best. They do such good work, and it has been really challenging for them. And I just take my hat off to them, because they do great work and they really make a difference in people's lives.
Thank you. I'm sure they'll love to hear that, and I'll play the live stream recording back to them so they hear that. Thank you. And I think, picking up on your point about maintaining the targets, we've done the same for this year. So we haven't reduced targets for this year, despite the challenges that we know exist. We've left those targets as they are. And, it's an evolving, changing environment, as we're aware, after everything that we've been through just in the last 2 weeks. So if those restrictions impact our business, we will report on that. You'll see red crosses again, and we'll tell you why and how the restrictions are impacting us.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Councillor Shine?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Nick, just page 55 in Board Books 144, in relation to the Crow's Nest Art Gallery, it indicates that recruitment is underway, and also indicates that it will reopen in New Year. Are we talking about calendar year or financial year?
We are talking about calendar year there. I do have an update on this. We've successfully recruited somebody. I believe their start date is mid-September, and we'll be trying to look at bringing forward that opening date, depending on capacity and how other things go. So we'll be looking to curate some exhibitions to open the Crow's Nest Gallery before January 2022, which is our target date and what we reported to here. But things are looking cautiously optimistic that we can do something before then.
Yeah, I have no idea what's involved in the reopening process, what work has to be done, other than recruiting the person to start in September. But one assumes it does take some months to get everything in order. Is that the case? Or?
Yeah, it'll take a little bit of curating the exhibition. We need to re-engage volunteers, so that'll be the first task that they jump onto. But I've seen I'm reluctant to commit to too much. It's very early stages of planning, but a sneak peek tells me that we're hoping to have something open there before the end of the calendar year, so November or thereabouts.
Okay, thank you.
Other Councillor Shine? Councillor McMahon?
Almost. Thanks, Chair. And if I just pick up on the comments by Councillor Shine and Councillor Vonhoff, the library requirements and the Crow's Nest Gallery are certainly issues that have been on the forefront of my calls and email list for some months, and I welcome the officer's work to get them open. A few questions, Nick. First one, I don't have the page number written down, but it was around the customer satisfaction of the indoor facilities out at Highfields Aquatic Centre. And I was under the opinion that that's quite a well-loved, used and resourced area, but the customer feedback was that it's not up to par with the facilities. The target was 80 and it was, I believe, 60 or 80%, 60 or 70%. Do you have any info regarding that? I can find the page if it helps.
that would be helpful. I'm trying to find it myself.
Sorry, I just,
It's back, I know it's back,
Page 36.
What?
36 or 125 on board books. Percentage satisfaction of attendees, members at Highfields Fitness and Rec Centre. 80% was the target, 73% was what we achieved. The comment is patrons express satisfaction with the service standards and program delivery, but are not satisfied with the standard of equipment or the infrastructure within the building.
yeah, so what equipment?
Well, it's around the gym equipment that's provided in the gym
Gym.
itself. So it's, you know, reaching the end of its life and needs to be replaced. An update that I've received in relation to this is that we have commenced some of that work. A new lease hire arrangement that we have has commenced, and some of that equipment has started to be changed over and updated. So one would hope that that would help improve that score next time.
So we don't own our gym equipment, we're on a leasing system, is that how it works?
We do a bit of a combination, so we do
Sure.
own some, and that comes with the obligation then to make sure it meets standards, properly maintained and the like, but some we do have on a hire arrangement where we share that risk, and we can keep it. It's a good point, Councillor Taylor, we can keep it turned over and
Keep it
updated
new,
as
yeah.
well.
Just to follow up, Chair, on a different issue, on page 157 or 68 of your report, the local recovery group structure is something I'm not familiar with. And I just picked it up because of the Red Cross next to it, but filling the positions on that, what does it do? And I note there is a low risk to council's disaster management response from that group. So, what's its importance if it's a low risk to our
Sure.
disaster management?
If I can start by answering your question by referring you to a KPI a couple lines below that. It's around the positions
Yep.
occupied on the Disaster Coordination Centre. So the local Disaster Coordination Centre is what is enacted to respond immediately to disasters. That's our disaster response. The local recovery groups then stand up and come into being in responding to disasters. So, and the recovery afterwards, sorry, not the immediate response, but the recovery.
Okay.
Those recovery efforts might go on for some time, even years after the event. Councillor Taylor, I think you're the chair of the local disaster recovery group, and I think Mr Brady might be the executive officer there. There are a number of subcommittees around infrastructure, economics and environment, and it's the filling of the chair positions and the secretariat support to those that are the positions that aren't filled. If a disaster was to occur, someone would be tapped on the shoulder and we would fill those roles, and they would occur. We're trying to be proactive and have those people identified and appropriately trained in the lead up. So
So it's low risk because there's not really a disaster to recover from at present.
correct, and the capacity will exist for us in a pinch, but this is a maturity, evolution as well. So we'll see that improve throughout the year.
Thank you.
Councillor McGowan? Councillor Melissa?
Thank you, Chair, through you. Thanks, Nick. This question may be a bit mute now because we've moved on from the gallery, but I just wanted to ask, how do we communicate with the community about what exhibitions, opening hours, or the Crow's Nest Gallery will be opening? How do we communicate that to community at present?
So they have their own social media presence, so they'll be using that. I'm not sure what we're doing in terms of other broader media publication. I'd need to check with that and report back to you, but I know they have a members list. I get a newsletter.
Okay.
I'm not sure what frequency that one comes out, weekly or monthly or fortnightly or something, that rolls out and tells us what's going on if you're on that list. But I might look into that, and I can give you a more substantial answer, and perhaps it's an opportunity for us to promote it a bit better as well, and maybe we can boost that distribution list of the regular newsletter.
That'd be great. Maybe I need to sign up to the newsletter.
Yeah, sure. Yep.
Thank you.
I reckon somebody will be watching, and your name's probably already been added to the list.
So,
Question?
just
Councillor
on that, Mr Chair, not really a question but a comment. It has been some time since Crow's Nest has had the gallery out there, and it is a very arty community, so it'll be wonderful for them to have that back. And I agree with Councillor Melissa. most important that they are told of when it will be back and when to expect so they can embrace it. Thank you.
Anyone else got any questions or comments for Nick? Nick, I've got one, just a very simple one, on page 147 of Board Books, right down the bottom of page 58 on the document. And just to balance the library visitation, the target and the actuals of the electronic, which I think we raise each time, and I'm pretty sure we've raised that target every year and have raised it again for the coming year. Just trying to remember what we've raised it to, but I think it might be...
This looks like a Dorothy Dixer, Councillor McDonald. I anticipated this one. I've actually got the answer.
Have you?
Yeah. And it wasn't a setup, I can assure you. It's just me
We must have
trying to be planned.
We must have a bit of
prepared.
history or something, do we? Nick, perhaps.
So the target for 21-22 is 470,400. So our performance for last financial year exceeded what that target is. Now that target was set, councillors, as you remember, we were doing that workshopping, I think, in about April. So we were trying to predict what the achievement might have been for this financial year and then add some for next financial year. So it just goes to show the unprecedented growth that we're seeing. I wish my share portfolio would grow like digital electronic resource downloads happens. It's exponential. So we'll have to monitor that one, I think, given that the target's 470,000. Last year we achieved 500,000. We'll monitor that across the quarters, and that might be one that we do need to adjust at quarterly reviews.
Thanks, Nick. Any other questions for Nick? Thank you. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Thanks, councillors.
We move now to finance and business, and Shane's here to take the questions, if there are any, for finance and business. There may well be a couple in your area, Shane, perhaps ICT.
Good morning,
Are there any questions for F&BS?
Just one.
If there's not, Shane, perhaps there is one area there in regard to your particular part, which, let me just get this here, page 191 of Board Books. I've got the right page, let me just double check here. 191, here it is.
75, I think.
Page, sorry, what is it?
75, I think, too.
Oh, right, I've got page 101 of 200 on the actual document, 191 on Board Books, and this talks about KPIs, and I think we've mentioned this in the past, it may be adjusted for the coming year. Projects included in the portfolio program of works, new projects not previously identified, and it talks about the performance, the projects that are there. I guess a comment from you, Shane, as the manager of that area. Have we adjusted that target for next year, and how are you managing the workload with new things coming on?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, we have adjusted the total for the next year, but it's not a huge increase. The reality is that the organisation has any number of activities, and the opportunity to engage with ICT is not always foreseen at the time of those activities. But it's obviously fairly critical for a lot of those things that we engage so that we have the best fit for the solution that's being sought by the branches for our ICT environment and our information management environment. So yes, we have adjusted. In terms of the impact, of course, it's very dependent on the size of the quantity of the work that's required by ICT. So a couple that stand out there that have actually had a much larger work requirement are the Smart Parking Meters project and the Smart Water Meters project. Obviously, there's been an awful lot of technical and business systems evaluation. That does impact us in terms of the delivery of those planned projects. So like anything else, it comes down to a prioritisation of what's necessary, what's important, and effectively what can be delayed where possible.
Okay. But the target has changed.
Target has changed.
To whatever. Okay. Any other questions for Shane? No further questions. Thanks, Shane. We'll move then to
Excuse me, Chair.
ISG. Sorry, Councillor Melissa. You might be back up there, Shane.
Oh, no. It's
No.
actually a question for Rosie, if I can
Rosie,
Yes, if I can beg your indulgence to go
Sure.
back, if that's okay.
this is back for SDS.
Yes, my apologies for that. Thank
Okay.
you, Rosie. I thought I'd get in before ISG. Just on page 114 on board books, or 25 of the report, please. KPI 05696, my glasses aren't working very well. Just looking at that, it says, oh, are you okay? Find it? Yeah. It says there that 35 responses were received from the business. Can you just elaborate on that? Because to me, 35 out of the whole organisation seems a very low number. I've actually got a couple of questions, so I'll let you start with that one first, please.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. 35 is a low number when you look at it across the whole organisation, but that end user experience isn't for our whole population of the organisation, but rather those that are interacting with the corporate performance management solution. So there are actually only 160 to 170 people on a monthly basis engaged by that process.
Okay. Still 35 out of 170 is not a great result, I would assume.
That's right. From a engagement perspective, we were seeking to understand how we can improve that service. And so people taking the time, so our internal staff taking the time to provide that feedback, they didn't see that as a priority. That may mean two things. It may mean that they don't have continuous improvement to provide us, or it may mean they just didn't get time to provide that feedback. We're working through what that actually means.
So then, just another question, if I may, please, Chair.
Sure.
So the survey was conducted electronically?
Correct.
Yes. And who were the responses going to? Are they going to yourself or the CEO, or who is collating that data, and who are the respondents responding to?
Yes. So the way that most internal satisfaction surveys are conducted are through our corporate SurveyMonkey tool. It provides the ability for an anonymous response or a response that tags them in their group, branch and service. So they can choose either to be anonymous or not. It is typically run by the section of the organisation that is running the survey. So stakeholder engagement often runs surveys with regards to their services. We've done something similar. Our corporate performance management officer is generally the one that is analysing the data. But in this instance, we did seek the assistance of our organisational change manager as well, who operates within the service improvement branch. So there's an opportunity to be anonymous or not. The data is analysed by the service to understand how we can continuously improve.
Okay, thank you. And another, if I may, please.
Sure.
So if we've got 35 respondents out of 170, let's say, to me, the 78% doesn't really equate. To me, there's two different measures here. One would be the quantity of respondents would be one measure. Correct me if I'm wrong. And then another measure would be the actual responses from the survey. Would that be correct?
Yes, so essentially yes. However, our KPI was about the satisfaction received in the respondents that responded, because much like our other analytical data, you can only respond on the data that is received. We can't assume what those that didn't respond are going to answer. But from a business improvement perspective, we need to understand why is it we didn't receive the other responses. Now, we can't go and speak to individuals about that because we're, in some instances, not aware who has or has not completed that survey. But what we can do is increase our awareness campaign, our communications around the effectiveness of that service and the need to collate that information and understand further. So I guess no different to any other satisfaction survey. We've put how many responses we've received because we thought that was important, an important component. In other commentaries, we haven't seen that same piece, but we did feel that that was an important component.
Because it's just interesting that over half of the respondents experienced highly effective communications and support, but then 17 out of or 20 out of 170 is a very low percentage if you're going to look at the whole group. So, well, we look forward to a higher response next time.
That's right.
Thank you.
Okay, so we move back to ISG. Thanks, Mike. Move to ISG, which, let's go back to that page. Starts on page 203 in board books. Welcome, Mike. Councillors, any questions for ISG? Yeah, that Mike's made the effort to be there. Good work.
Do you want to give me?
Yeah, we'll have a few, I'd imagine. Anyone got a question? Councillor Summerfield?
Thank you, Chair, and thanks, Mike. I've just got a couple if I could. On page 120 or 211 on board books, sealed roads. Oh, you've actually gone over on the sealed roads, haven't you? Is that right? Is
That's
that
right.
why it's red?
Yep.
Yep.
Oh, clap for you,
Give
Mike.
that man a round of applause.
Yeah.
No. Oh,
And
can I
then-
explain that, councillors?
Yeah, he's going to put himself into a hole now.
Come on, Mike.
Yeah, snap.
So you're looking at page 211 of 397, is that?
Page 120 of 200 or 211 on
Yeah.
board book.
Increased pathways, Mike.
Yeah, I think the positive here is in some ways potentially a negative. And I say that because what we're saying here is that we've got, we're thinking that we've had an increase of, 24% in pathways over the last 12 months compared to previous years. So I just sort of give you a little, and it's actually, I really do appreciate the question, because this is starting to bite pretty hard out there, and I've been looking at what we've been finding in the last couple of years. So in the last 3 years, we've gone up by 20% year on year in pathways coming into the organisation around our network. So with the main requests, obviously, around the sealed and unsealed road network. Now, I've been trying to look at what's making that trend occur, and obviously the last 3 years we've had the 2018 flood event and the 2020 flood event, so obviously there would have been a fair bit that was, and still is, as we are around about a third of the way through the completion of the 2020 program. We're also looking at some of our level of service issues. I'm trying to see, have we come back? I do know, talking to teams out there, our level of investment is probably getting a bit stretched. But that said, we need to do a little bit more work in that space to pick up on exactly what's happening there. And probably the other thing right at the moment, the last 6 to 12 months, has been resources. For instance, we've got about 5 vacant senior engineers roles presently, and it just means our organising, our dealing with defects and things like that, the people that are there are getting a little bit stretched, and particularly because getting resources is extremely difficult. And a lot of this is somewhat related to COVID impacts. Australia normally has around 16,000 new engineers come into the workforce, so about 8,000 are graduates and about 8,000 come from overseas on an annual basis. And obviously in the last 18 months we have not had any people coming in on to work in Australia, be it this profession or any other. And I'm actually in on a forum in the next week with Engineers Australia on what's happening across the whole of the infrastructure industry. This is really starting to bite very hard, not just in the local government space, but with infrastructure delivery across Australia. So this is obviously each year
a few of us engineers retire and move on in life, or whatever happens to them. But that's the replenishment of the stock that's required nationally, and that's just not happening. And that's where it's so important that programs like our generator programs that we run as council, that is critical, a critical program of growing our own, and one that I support wholeheartedly, as most people know. It's critical that we support that program and even consider from a medium to longer term perspective potential expansion as we go forward. So looking at what we've got in front of us, if you know, across, if you look at all the red marks on the ISG one, a lot of it's to do with the increase above target in pathways. And looking at July, we've just looked at July to July is actually compared to month on month. Previous July, it's nearly double. We've got 630 odd pathways across the region for our network defects, which is a double in the central area, about plus 25% in the north, and a tripling in the south. So that just gives you an indication of some of the pressure points are that are starting to rise. Obviously, as the teams are doing, I think, their utmost best to keep up with these things, and in the main they do. But it's probably something very much that council and community needs to be aware of.
Just to follow up with that,
If I
Councillor
could,
Summerfield, then we go to Councillor Carroll.
Thanks, Mike, and apologies, I was confused with another question I have in relation to the roads, but this was very concerning for me that there is such a big increase, which really does reflect that our roads are of concern, and so I think about roads that I've seen in East Toowoomba that have been done up, which I've, my little eye looking at them thought, oh my goodness, why are we doing these up when there's so many roads across the region that need the work? And I'm still dealing with stones going into my garage and wrecking my floor, but anyway, that's an aside. The concern I have is there's not enough funding being provided to ISG to ensure that we're maintaining our road network to a reasonable standard for our residents. And I wonder whether these KPI results can be utilised in the prioritisation program to ensure that you're getting enough funding, because for many people across our region, roads are all they get for their rates. And so out in our rural areas, I think we need to ensure that we're trying to keep up with our road maintenance. And so I'd like to think that there could be opportunity to utilise these KPIs to ensure you're getting the right priority for your road maintenance in the budgeting processes is what I would like to add there, and which I'm sure you're glad to hear, Mike. But I think it's very important that we do keep up our road maintenance for safety, for user convenience, all that stuff. So, and as I say, all those people out there, that's all they get for their rates.
Yeah, the
Thanks,
maintenance.
Councillor Summerfield. I think, Mike, you might like to comment on the prioritisation model, but it does include a community benefit, and I'd assume this information would feed into those to make some sort of assessment.
Just note, maintenance is through the operational budget, not through the capital budget. So we're only just looking at some very early days around prioritisation in the operational budget elements. So obviously these sorts of things need to be considered in that space. I am hoping we've got a significant ramp up this 6 months in regards to the 2020 flood restoration program, which hopefully will pick up on a significant amount of the issues that are out there, that have been there for a little while, and thank the community for their patience. It does take a couple of years to deal with a major flood event. And in that time, obviously, the community, we only do sort of minor repairs to keep the things going until we can get back and do the major improvements. That said, all the challenges that go around there, our rebaselining in maintenance and different operation or budgets last year and different things like that, there's a fair bit of work to work through, and looking at a few things in respect to maybe BR1 in that space. But yeah, there's some...
Thanks, Mike. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I agree with all that's been said. Very aware of our community and the roads in our whole network, and also the community's patience with the DFRA, the flood recovery. It's very hard for councillors to understand the long time frame, and even though they're told, they still come back with, because it's difficult for them to understand. But we are working through that. But this throws up another problem, and I'd ask councillors, it's a conversation for another day, but like the Mayor of North Burnett, we are dealing with higher and higher community expectations from councils, from local government, who get less and less funding. And there comes a time where, and Councillor Rachel Chambers has put it out there, where the viability of councils going forward, with all they have to maintain and the expectation of their community, and the funds that are there for local government just don't add up. And somewhere along the line, councils have to either stop spending on superfluous things and go back to basics, or have a very serious conversation with our community about levels of service and what they can expect. In reality, everyone who has a gravel road wants a bitumen road, and everyone who hasn't got a formed road wants a gravel road. And at the end of the day, you know, there has to be a line in the sand where we, the council, not the officers, our teams do an amazing job, and I'm very proud of what ISG teams do. We're falling further and further behind as expectations rise annually. And I think there has to come a time when we have to have a very serious conversation with our community about the levels of service that we can provide for the amount of money that we get. And other than that, we're just putting pressure on our teams to go over and above, and there comes a time where the rubber band snaps. It snaps, and we're almost at, I believe, at that now. And, you know, you'll see that you go out and have a look at something and the level of intervention's not there, but the public keep complaining about something. And the other thing that comes to mind with these pathways as well is that there'll be pathways in there that have been in there for years and years. We deal with them, we close them out, and they're back in there the next week. And they cloud and muddy the waters for the areas that actually do need intervention. So this is what we're dealing with. Number one, lack of funds. The funds don't go up quickly enough for the weather conditions we've had to maintain the assets that we have. Number two, community expectations, which we need to deal with. We cannot keep encouraging them to have higher expectations. And number three, you know, I mean, at the end of the day, our staff are really stretched, and I appreciate very much what they do. And our General Manager, we're lucky, as he's mentioned before, we're losing people. Do you know, to be honest with you, we're very fortunate to have the ones that we have. And there is a conundrum that sits mostly in ISG, because the expectation rises and rises. There's a lot of councils, there's a big push. Just because we're a big council, we're no different to the smaller councils. The actual expectation as to the reality of what we can afford to provide, there needs to be a conversation with the community about that.
Thanks, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Bill and Councillor Kerry.
Thanks, Chair. There's been some discussion about asset management this morning, and I'm interested to hear maybe from Mr Brady or someone else how these indicators in this quarterly report inform our asset management register, and the timeline associated with how that's compiled, prioritised and brought forward as a maintenance program. I note the infancy of prioritisation with operational works, and I've raised that before, and I think we should get there yesterday, because the longer we leave any asset, not just roads, any asset, unmanaged, particularly when we have indicators, and there's some fairly strong indicators from the community here, as in i.e. requests coming, as we've heard. So how does that inform our asset register and the timing of that, and how do we, that's the real crunch for us to actually make sure we're prioritising.
Yeah.
Thanks, Phil.
Councillors, you possibly remember around about August each year, the last few years, we'll be doing in about a fortnight present a state of the assets report to council on the road network, and that gives you insight into our assets and where they are at a pretty high level. Good, fair and poor basically is for the sealed network, but we indicate, that's backed up with the science behind that. So from an asset management perspective, there's significant work goes into that on an annual basis in picking up the data sets and that. So that's a program that's been running now in my time since I got here, once we picked up all the data sets. So that gets looked at annually. That mainly feeds into our rehabilitation programs, our resheet programs, our reseal programs and other relevant renewal programs. So that goes into that information is probably underpins, as you'll see again in the presentation, where our investments particularly needed through the capital side of the budget. It's probably not, from a granular perspective, we are working on, and there is a current audit in progress through our internal auditors looking at the life cycle of our asset management, from the long-term asset management planning we do as a council through to the level of asset management we do at a group/branch levels for all asset classes, and then how that feeds in the budget. But one of the other ones that we did last year was looking at how our maintenance defects feed back in trying to close the loop and feed back into, is that picking up on or highlighting sections of road or whatever that need that sort of more attention. A lot of that's automatically picked up through we're out annually. We scan 20% of the network on an annual basis. That's with laser systems and radar and everything else, which is giving us very high data input into the network. But that then feeds, particularly, as I said, into the more major rehabs and stuff. Probably the challenge of recent times, and I put some of it down to the two flood events we've had in recent years, and our aim to deal with those is, it's more the singular potholes, the issues like that. There are sections of road, like e.g. Cools Road, which have been a breadth of potholes for a long time. That's in this year's rehabilitation program. So those sections of road do make their way through to being rehabilitated. But it does take a bit of time for it to come up through a prioritisation within the program itself. So a lot of work goes into working that out. Our aim, and I do understand some of the community angst occasionally when we do some works around some of the residential areas, is taking a step back. When I came on board 10 years ago, a lot of our network hadn't been resealed in nearly 30 years. And there's sections right across the region. So there's areas that were pretty much up to date, but there's been a lot of catch-up work in the last 10 years trying to bring the whole network up. That said, what we're trying to do, where we do an asphalt program or a reseal program, is trying to put the paint on the house before it's actually peeling off, before we get those potholes coming through, before you get those pathways coming through and those sorts of things. And it's having the competence and knowledge in our systems and the way we pick that up that is the reason why we deal with that as early as we can.
That answer your question, Bill? Councillor Shine and Councillor Paul.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thanks, Mike. Just explanation, first of all, in relation to pages 212 and 216, where there's an X in relation to length kilometres of bitumen road resealed.
Yep.
But they both seem to have the same terminology but different targets and actuals. First of all, could you explain the difference between those two sets of figures?
Yeah. It's, as indicated in the commentary there, there's a significant amount of pre-treatment and actually in some, and this comes back to the age of the network, they had to do what they called a double seal. So basically a double reseal on certain sections which wasn't planned for at the commencement. So what happens as a seal gets very old, it gets what they call very hungry, all the hydrocarbons and everything have gone out, and then the gap between the stones that are there. So you've actually got to come through so you don't. We've had some stripping problems in recent years, so we've put more time and effort into the sections that are old. You've actually got to fill those voids, so that's the first seal, and then you're coming over with a final seal over the top of that. So that's some of the work that was done in the last 12 months that has, in those two locations, affected the target, which was the original target put to council. A fair bit of that section that was planned in the last 12 months had to have a fair bit more either initial prep work, which is heavy patching and different other things that we do, or in some cases, I'll just explain, some extra, basically double sealing.
Sorry, excuse me, Councillor Shine. Just in response to your question just then, it's also one is C&M Central and one is C&M North.
Oh, I see.
So they're
different
different areas. So
Sorry,
it's the
I
same.
didn't pick up on that point.
It's the same KPI, just in different sections.
Yeah,
So-
Yeah.
thanks,
Thanks
Councillor
for
Mercer.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And interestingly enough, CMM South has delivered for more than what the target was
That's-
for the same
That's
thing.
excellent. I suppose, just if I could, I just have supplementary.
Definitely, you go for your
Because I
life.
was going to get on to, you answered the question that I was then going to ask after
Sorry.
Carla's question. But I'm just wondering why that is not predictable. You know, was it unusual weather conditions? It's certainly not COVID. So, you know, in terms of setting a target, because, you know, listening to Councillor Carol Taylor and Councillor Summerfield, there's a great need for more road work to be done, especially in country areas, and the expectation of 72 kilometres in one case, but only delivering 52, and then 68 in another case and delivering 36. It would be disappointing. But I'm just wondering why, as a layperson, why those targets would not be more accurate, and the condition of the road, because it's not an unusual thing. I would have thought the precondition concerns that you raised.
So council has in the order of 3,500 kilometres of sealed road network that we maintain, about 500 or so, or is what we call asphalt, which particularly around the city and the greater city area, a little bit in some of the towns. So that puts us a bit under 3,000 kilometres of sealed network out there as far as chip seal network. So we need to be doing, you need to be resealing, preferably less than a 1 in 10 year, but probably our affordability is probably closer to, at times, probably what's available in the budget, 1 in 15. So we're not, so when we're putting the program together, through the asset management work that's picking up on the links, on the sections of road that need to be picked up. We're looking at it when we're putting estimates and that together at a pretty high level. There is some ground truthing to make sure that those sections need to, from what we pick up electronically and everything in the asset system. But then as we go in and do what we call a detailed seal design, so then each section is then investigated in a fair bit of detail to see exactly the level the spray rates, working out all the spray rates and the issues there. That's when we start to get into a little bit more detail around the voids, the level of void ratios and different things that may be impacting on the seal design. And that's probably what has come through. So we are aiming to get sort of towards a 1 in 10, 1 in 12 year reseal. So that means we need to be, and these numbers are lower than that, well over 250 to plus kilometres a year of reseal across the region. We're still not quite meeting that. We're getting towards a couple of hundred, and this is the challenge, as I've presented the last few years of the state of the asset, where we're going. We're sort of, at best, maintaining a bit of a status quo, and then when you get an impact like the flood events or something like we had, it does then throw us back into another spanner in the works.
Councillor Antonio, the Mayor.
Well, I can't add too much to what Councillor Taylor has said, except to say that underfunding of local government is critical, and of course it's manifesting itself most of all in our road infrastructure, not just here, but right across the nation. There was a period of time when councils like my previous council would have a serious conversation with Main Roads Department from about March on about availability of funding, and that for that very reason, some of those smaller councils were actually maintaining their own roads, but they're also contractors. We built a lot of roads for Main Roads, we built a lot of roads for the power station, and I think those days are gone. One of the things that underlies this to me is that the structure that we have as a council, that seems to have extracted a lot of capacity out of the regional areas. And that's not only in the office space, that's in every space that there is known. And I think that's something that saddens me. And I know that when I talk about roads in the outer areas, there are some real issues. There are just as bigger issues close to Toowoomba in the areas that are expanding now as rural residential areas. And I dealt with some people out Clinton Way the other day, and I saw a road that obviously has historically been neglected, and it was probably about half a metre below ground level in that area, and that would be because it's just had water running down it for years. So I think there's an awful lot of work to do out there, and critically, if there is an area that's seriously underfunded, it's no doubt our infrastructure area, the roads, that our people have a much higher expectation. So nothing new, but agreeing with Councillor Taylor actually in her comments.
Thanks, Mayor. Councillor Rebecca.
Thank you, Chair, through you. I agree that I think that there is underfunding in ISG, but listening to Mr Brady's comments, it's an oversimplification to say that the solution is more funding, because it's actually staff related as well, and it's getting people to fill the roles and the professionals to fill those roles, which just reinforces the importance that we are genuinely an employer of choice, because we are in competition, really hard for competition for those engineers who do the work on those roads. So I think that it's a matter of more funding, but also making sure we've got the people who can actually do the work. Is that a fair assessment, Mr Brady?
Oh, definitely, it's one good point.
Yeah, we are. We're probably burning them out.
That's that effect of engineering professionals in our organisations, not just in the infrastructure services. I know that the pressures and strains in water and waste section at times, our project services there, and for that matter, even our DA engineering team, are going there. You need the right resources, the capability, the capacity in your teams to be able to manage the flow of work that's coming through, the expectations of getting programs organised and things like that, and looking at these things technically. And that's where at times we, as we are now, a little bit pressured, and it's not so bad when it only happens, you lose a couple of people and you can replace them, but what we are finding is that we can go out 4 and 5 times again into the marketplace and go through headhunters and go through people. I can assure you we are not Robinson Crusoe in this. I've been talking to my counterparts in local government quite regularly about some of the challenges. There's also the payment, that side. Local government holistically across, I know in Queensland, but probably Australia, somewhere between probably 20 to 30% below market at the moment. There's all these sort of pressures coming in, so you can still be an employer of choice from a point of view of what you offer from lifestyle to it's a great place to live. But when people in the middle of Brisbane, even that middle of Sydney, are straining, and I've talked to managing directors of consultancies now that in Sydney on some of the rail projects, 3 to 5 year out graduates getting close to 200K. These are some of the challenges that as a profession are just emanating, and as I said, I'm on a conference, on a forum in the next week to talk more holistically about that, what's happening in Queensland. But the other point that you make, and obviously support that point, but the point the Mayor was making, I've just read my latest version of Open Road from NRMA, and the New South Wales government's just invested $500 million into the local road networks for councils in New South Wales. So there's realisation, be it our state, any other state, the impact or the ability to keep up with this is challenging. The other element that's happening a lot quicker, and we've talked to council about this, and this affects our maintenance and operations side as much as our capital side, is the cost of materials, and they're going up quite significantly at the moment, and availability of certain materials. Again, replacing culverts, those sorts of things. I can tell you the cost impacts and material supplies, the consultancies, the contractors, all these prices rising at a phenomenal rate. I think steel in itself something like a 20 to 30% increase in the last 12, 18 months to where it'll be next year, and I've been told of further price rises coming in raw materials. So our ability as a local government to keep up with that pace of what's happening in the broad market sense is very, very challenging, and will continue to be so for, I don't see it easing for a while.
Councillor Carroll, you just wanted to make
Thank
a
you,
comment
Mr
in
Chair. I
regard to that.
just wanted to make a comment following on from Councillor Rebecca and Mr Brady's comments. We have wonderful teams in council. We've got wonderful teams. We are an employer of choice, but at the end of the day, local government, as Mr Brady's just pointed out, don't pay a lot of money as far as in the open market for good engineers. We've got some wonderful people with us, and the reason they're with us is because they're building communities, because they love being embedded and they love providing assets for our communities. That's what they're with us for, and the fact that they're an employer of choice. But we need to be very careful we don't burn those people out, because at the end of the day, when it gets short, and with the expectation of councils, I'd implore councillors, when those reports come to you, I know they're long, I know they're tedious to go through, but our teams put a lot of work into the state of the assets, be it stormwater or roads or whatever, and that figure, we talk about asset management, that work has been done. It comes to councillors, it's 2, 3, whatever hour, it's very tedious. That is very important. That is telling you what the state of those assets are, and a lot of work has gone into that. So we've done that in here, and then we hear the questions, what's happened about asset management? Most of it's been done, and we do 20% of the roads. But as far as our personnel is concerned, we need to value them and make sure they're not stretched beyond their capacity. Engineers, good engineers, it's a seller's market at the moment, and as Inland Rail makes its way further up here and other large infrastructure projects come about, there will be a lot of competition, far more than there is at the moment, and we need to be very cognisant of that. And as I've said in this room before, our remuneration probably doesn't match what we need to have.
Thanks. Councillor Taylor, take this comment. Councillor Nancy, then Councillor Bill.
Thank you, Chair. And I think, it should be acknowledged that apart from engineers, we do have the staff to do this work. And we need the funding.
Yes.
And if we get the funding, we can focus on our own roads and not be doing private contractual work for main roads and just focus on getting our own roads done. And I think that would be a win-win for our region in us delivering on our own assets and focusing on that rather than doing the contractual work, acknowledging that contractual work brings in money for us and that sort of thing.
Keeps us
But
skilled as well.
if we had the funding there, that we could actually focus on our own assets. But Mike, just to change the scenery a bit, could we go to page 146 or 230?
Just before you go to that one, if you don't mind, I think Councillor Carl had a comment on the previous subject, so just so we're not jumping back.
Righto.
That's okay? Is that right, Councillor Carl? It's the same.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. We're talking about a lot of problems we can't solve here today. However, without sounding glib, it is what it is. So we either, and there are influences outside of our control, and we've heard some of those. So we either put the rates up or we continue to prioritise and become more sophisticated at asset management and address the things that we can within the confines of our budget. The other lever we pull, as I said, is we put the rates up or we become more prudent and more efficient at managing within the context of our budget. I'm not talking about cutting back, I'm talking about sticking to the plan when we say we're going to do something around asset management and prioritisation. Let's do it. I mean, because that's the only sphere we can work within. Grants and other such mechanisms that have been mentioned are well outside of our sphere of influence.
Thanks, Councillor. Back to you, Councillor Somerset.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And I'd just like to say that I reiterate what I said in my original comment in relation to this, and that those KPIs should be used in relation to the prioritisation program. So thank you. If we could just go to aerodromes, page 146 or 237 on board books. Aerodrome Western Precinct Development, it's only 25%. I'm just wondering when we see that actually being progressed. It mentions there that the patient transfer facility delayed it. I don't get that. But anyway, I just wondered how, if you could make a comment in relation to
Yeah, no, happy to.
Right.
Look, under the 2018 master plan for the airport, we are looking at potentially increasing available lease space within the aerodrome space, and there's a couple of locations, as you'd be aware, one off McDougall Street, and there's another one that we're looking at as well. Through the last year, there's been, again, a few resourcing challenges out there, and it's probably dropped in priority as far as progressing. There is actually a plan to be an information session to council probably in the next, hopefully in the next month, 6 weeks, on some of those elements, and that we can probably talk to council in a little bit more detail about that then, and get council's appetite in respect to how we may go forward with those sorts of things. Again, it's this sort of level of investment versus return element. The business case on it, sort of trying to get that to a point whether will it stack up or won't. So it's progressing, but it's at that lower figure because it just hasn't progressed that far in the last 12 months.
Thank you. It's just that previously I've been on the advisory committee out there, and there was a lot of work trying to be done at that stage, and so that's, time's marching on, and obviously I don't have my finger on the pulse anymore in relation to demand out there, but I am aware of at least one business out there that's doing extremely well, and I think has expanded a couple of times, and it'd be nice to think that we actually had that there. Should someone be starting to look around and wanting to place their business at our aerodrome, there are a lot of people that would prefer our aerodrome to the alternative for a number of reasons, which I'm sure some are quite obvious. And I'd like to think that that could be progressed if possible.
Yeah, look, this presentation of council information session in the not too distant future, I think we'll be able to touch on that and where we're at in a little bit more detail, as there's a few commercial matters or linked into this.
Thanks, Mike. Councillor Shine?
Thanks. Just back to roads, if I could. Councillor Summerfield raised before the example of a resealing in East Toowoomba, which probably wasn't necessary. I think it was what you said. I've noticed similar things, and I've read in the paper comments by people, particularly country people, indicating similar circumstances occurring. Just wondering, how do you prioritise the needs here? Is it based on the volume of traffic, for example, in the cities greater than in country areas, or what do we say to those people when they raise those issues with us as well?
There's a couple of points, I suppose, to touch on there. Number one, I mentioned earlier, the quantum of our network. Okay, there's 6,500 kilometres of road network, of which about nearly 3.5 are sealed. What we see here in this room tends to be focused around Toowoomba, Greater Toowoomba, the majority of the time. There's a significant amount of work happening out across the whole of the regions when it comes to the network. Residential area reseals and stuff do tend to, as I mentioned, can bring a certain level of angst from time to time in respect to the issues that Councillor Summerfield mentioned. And we need to do better in that respect where we can. But as I also pointed out, what we're trying to do from an age of the network is trying to be able to reseal and re-asphalt sections of road before they get to that point where, from an asset management point of view, we go from, a few dollars a square metre to do a reseal to start spending $20 or $30 a square metre, 10 times as much to do rehabilitation. Once we start getting to the point where they start potholing out all the time, e.g. Cools Road, it becomes a rehabilitation job. So it's from a budgetary point of view. So the old saying, something in time.
Stitch in time saves nine.
Stitch in time saves nine. And that's probably one that my friend over there from Planning Development has used once or twice, is very relevant in this case. And it's, as I said, it's like painting your house. It's trying to get to it before you've got to spend a fortune on preparation before you put the paint on.
Thank you.
I guess just picking up on Councillor Shine's other question around, how these prioritised with numbers of traffic and all those sorts of things. That's one of the challenges, and that's why we actually embedded some funding for regional roads, because they wouldn't get up over that line. But that comes. We don't have to dissect that at the moment, Mike. But just making a comment there for that. I think we're back to we're exhausted. I think, aren't we? Is that it for questions for Mike? We're done?
I thought Rebecca had a hand up,
No?
I said my piece.
No? Thank you, Mike.
Thank you, Councillor. Appreciate the discussion. Thank you.
Okay, planning and development. Stuart, before you get too carried away, is there any questions for Stuart?
Yep.
Yes, there is. Thank you, Stuart. Welcome.
Good morning, Chair.
Summers.
Good morning, councillors.
Questions for Stuart? Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Chair. Hi, Stuart. Just on page 158 of 200 or 250 on board books.
250.
Yep. Very last line, MCUs, only 2/3 of them being made in the statutory timeframes.
Yep. That relates to impact accessible applications, which by their very nature are far more complex than certainly the code accessible, bounded considerations, and often rely on the applicant providing sufficient information at the time of the application to enable it to be dealt with within the time. Many applicants do that. There are some applicants that don't, and we have to ask for more information, and that tends to stretch out that process.
Thanks, Stuart. And we do see those reports where information requests are ongoing for a long time with some of these applications, so I fully understand where you're coming from. So my wonder is have we got the target right?
It's always a good question, and we had that discussion not a few months ago. It's probably a stretch target, KPI, and I'm happy to keep it. At least we are attempting to try and get to that point. But and I think the point you're getting at is it's not always in our control, and that's true. But that's the fact that we have to address in a number of our KPIs. That you would have probably seen when you look through this material.
Thanks, Stuart. So then on page 256 and 257 on board books, we talk about buffers.
Yep.
And that they're going to be, the buffers are going to be addressed in the new planning scheme,
Yes.
which is 2024. Now, Councillor Bill and I particularly have gone on and on and on and on about buffers around our
Yes.
around our important assets,
I think I
such
might
as
have
our
heard
water
that.
treatment
Yeah.
plant. You've heard it once or twice before. So my concern is that, and tell me if I'm wrong on the wrong train on this one, but I'm just thinking that, 2024 is even further, kicking the tin further down the road in relation to protecting our assets, our very important assets, our very expensive assets.
Yep.
And we see development occurring around, all areas these days, and we saw a report yesterday.
Yep. Now, I think you're on the right train. It's just that the train hasn't left the station yet.
That's my concern.
And certainly it is a key component of the review of the new scheme, and it's not just the issue related to council's assets, but also how we look at buffering of a whole range of uses as well, private development uses and what have you. It's an ongoing issue, but particularly in terms of the investments that the community are making. How are those investments being protected? Are they being protected? What's the best way about going or heading towards ways and means of ensuring that our investments are not being encroached on in a negative way? So, yep, it's very important. It's been put off, I thought, to 2022 to be commenced next year. And certainly it'll be done within this scheme. There is no doubt about that.
And we just have to do turkey dances to try and find ways to protect the buffer systems in the meantime. Is that the go?
It's not... The solutions to buffers is not simple. It's not just a matter of declaring a buffer and saying, that's it, job done. It involves a whole lot of implications once we draw lines on maps, because most of the land around our assets are privately owned. And that brings with it a whole heap of implications.
Mr Chair, can I just make a comment? It does say here that it's scheduled for the 21-22 financial year. Has that changed?
That's why it's red. Yep, we have indicated, I think, to council in other forums that we're putting that off to next year.
This financial year.
This financial year,
That's what it
21,
says there. 21-22 year.
Yeah, so,
Yeah, 22. Yeah, sorry, after Christmas maybe I
Thank
should
you.
say.
Thank you.
so yeah, it'll be it's in the next year's.
Yep.
It's in this current year's
Yeah,
operational
thank
plan.
you. That was my comment.
Councillor Megan, and then Councillor...
Apologies for the misunderstanding there.
Councillor
Thank you,
James.
Mr Chair. I had a similar question, Stuart, about whether that the KPI that's off track there with the impact, whether if that was due to waiting for information and whether it was an appropriate target. So you've already answered that, but I guess I just wanted to sort of just draw councillors' attention to the other targets, because we often get beaten up at council for council taking too long with our applications, and that it's just held up in council. And I guess that's the sort of the real figures for that we are meeting our obligations. So I guess congratulations, Stuart, you and the crew. But just make a comment too about that buffer work, because Michelle did, when we had that session the other day talking about the different projects for working up the strategic framework, she did make a comment about the work on the buffer, and she realised that it was it sort of doesn't look as though we're doing anything, but they're very aware of it, and she didn't feel it was a worry. I'm pretty sure I might have that right.
That's right,
Yeah.
yep.
Councillor Carl, you're finished there, Councillor Meek? Councillor Carl?
Yeah, Chair, further to the mental plan.
MCU?
Yeah,
MCU?
material change use. Whilst I'm loathed to suggest another KPI, because it's KPI by death, can be.
Or death by KPI.
Yeah,
yep.
well, that's probably more to the point. Sometimes we try and measure too much and manage too much. And it's called delegation, isn't it? But whilst I'm loathed, maybe as a suggestion, and I don't know, Rosie, given the mechanism within that MCU and the mechanism for the applicant to halt the process at any stage after an information request, maybe we need to separate that for a more accurate measurement and indicate at those times when that, I don't know what work that involves, Stuart, but it could be a possibility of having a KPI there to register that the amount of instances where it was held up by the applicant and not by council, so that we get a clear and accurate measurement of how we are performing, a clearer, perhaps, because how long's a piece of string when you've got that mechanism in the assessment process, when it can be halted at any time for any amount of time, and council is at the mercy or discretion of the applicant to restart the process of assessment. So maybe as a suggestion, don't know, but I'll put it out.
How about we pass that over to the GM and perhaps Rosie and give that some thought?
Yep. And certainly we had extended discussions about this a few months ago, and it is fairly hard to land on a KPI that is meaningful and measures the management effort that's going in, because the old saying, if you can't measure it, you can't manage it, and it's pretty true. It's also relating to that item, the KPI above that, which talks about the pre-lodgements. And we do put a lot of emphasis, and we do like to see intending applicants come and have a yarn to us before they lodge, long before they lodge, if possible, if it's a complex development. And some do, and some don't. Or some come along half-heartedly. And often the applications that go the most smoothly through the process are those that have had one or two really good pre-lodgements. They've then been clear as to what the information is that's required to determine that application, and that flows through the application process, and you get a smooth and good outcome. Often an indicator of how things are going to go starts way back at that pre-lodgement stage. And we get a bit of a clear indication as to whether we're in for some pain or whether we're in for some gain.
Just a suggestion, it may be a way, but that's for you guys.
Yep.
Sure.
Okay. Thank you for that.
You. Just on that one, Stuart, what's the impact for council by not meeting the statutory timeframes?
Oh, very little.
Okay, Councillor
It's a greater impact on the applicant, of course.
Councillor O'Shea, question?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Stuart. My question is on page 152 of the report 244. It's just around that top one around the regular meetings with stakeholders from the development industry. So I see we've exceeded that, which is great. Do you anticipate that'll continue? And it probably, the question probably comes following on from, I think it was Councillor McDonald's comments he made yesterday around handing the bouquet to Councillor O'Hara Sullivan around the increased involvement we've had with the industry. Whilst there's a lot of conversation in that space at the moment, as you said, not always agreeing though, but do you see as something that from a target point of view that always, again, would exceed 12, so continuing that conversation with industry to...
Yes, just like the community, there are many bits to the industry. There are those parts of the industry who are more than willing to meet with council officers on a regular basis, to talk through issues, to work through and find solutions to the problems, whether they be administrative or statutory or whatever. And that's great. And we have quite a number of meetings with various sections of the development industry. But there are other parts of the industry, like there are other parts of the community generally, who would rather go via the media or other means of megaphone communication rather than communicating with people that can do something about it. So I guess we face that in all parts of the job, I think. And but certainly, yes, we put a heck of a lot of effort into trying to meet regularly and talk to and work with Megan and Bill to talk with those parts of the industry that really want to be part of the discussion.
So it's an open door policy?
Absolutely open door, wide open, and the windows are open too in case they want to come that way.
There's that question. Thank you. Any other questions for General Manager Stewart? Stewart, just on page 161 of board books.
161?
Sorry, not on board books, on the thingo. 253 on board books. Right down the bottom. Landscape. It's a big green tick. Landscape advice. Target 240, actual 737.
It's a good aeroplane.
We've flown into uncharted territory, I'd say.
Yep.
Is this something that is a free service?
Yes.
For the community?
Yes.
So therefore, is the target, is it something that's been changed for next year, or is it something that needs to be looked at?
The target could change, certainly. What's happened, we have a very proactive landscape architect working for us at the moment who is doing an excellent job, and that would take into account a whole range of areas that he's working, advice to the community, advice to developers, advice to planning officers and advice to other parts of the organisation, and also providing advice to our strategic planners. So he's a very busy gentleman, and that it seems an amazing number, but yep, that would be fairly accurate.
Yeah, so just to put it in practical terms, if someone's building a
Suggested
dwelling,
500 or something.
building a dwelling, and then they say, oh, I don't know what to do with the house, just a
More
normal
than happy.
residential dwelling, they can ring council and get free advice on
Absolutely.
what they should
And
put
they
there.
do it. Mm.
That's an amazing service. Okay, thank you. No other questions for Stewart? Councillors, I propose we adjourn just for 10 minutes. We've been holding and holding. Sorry, Councillor Carroll. We've been holding and holding.
I waited and waited.
I know. Apologies. I didn't think we'd possibly have that many questions, but we did, and it's important we do. So someone moved to adjourn for 10 minutes. Moved by Councillor O'Shea, seconded by Councillor Melissa. Those in favour? That's carried. 10 minutes. continue with the operational plan, and we have water and waste now to come forward, and Damien is up here ready to go. So any questions, councillors? Councillor Von Hoff?
Those darn Rice Crisps. Thank you. Through you, Chair, page 195 of the report, 288 of board books. We've got a big red cross there next to the year-to-date spend on the Southern Region water cost per megalitre, and the comments over target due to water carting to the region. So this is page 288 of board books, page 195 of the report.
3 from the bottom.
So since November 2019, through to the end of the 31st of June 2021, we've spent, ratepayers in Toowoomba region have spent $1.8 million carting water to Clifton. And that's about $89,000 a month. And we've previously asked the state government for financial relief with that, and that was rejected. That request was rejected. And by comparison, Southern Downs Regional Council made a similar request, and their request was agreed to.
All been paid for, yeah.
And in the past, 6 months, Southern Downs' fortunes have changed because they've had that wonderful rain, and ours have not changed. And so I think it's time that we revisit that request to the state government and again say, we're now in excess of $1.8 million out of pocket, and we again come to you and request the same treatment as Southern Downs Regional Council. So I guess the question is through you, Chair, to either the Mayor or to the General Manager, that we consider doing that, because we've been rejected once, but why not ask twice? Because $1.8 million is in the mix. And we've been talking this morning about how much we need for roads and footpaths and all of this sort of stuff, and 1.8 million sure would be handy.
Yeah, I think it's, I'd ask the Mayor to comment perhaps first, and as you've indicated that, but I think it's even more than that, because the delay of the decision on the pipeline through there has actually exasperated the reasons that we're doing this.
And the GAB that we've drilled at Clifton.
Mayor, would you like to make any
Well, I
comment?
have taken the matter up in some of the conversations I've had with the Premier, and I'm getting a very negative response to that. They've put Southern Downs in a very different category to us. For some reason, I can't break that, but I'm happy to, with the support of people around me, to send another letter to the Premier.
It's wrong.
Because I do think it's a question of fairness.
It's absolute fairness, and that's a point that I brought up previously.
Well, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Councillor Summerfield, a question?
I do, but just in relation to that, I just think that we're past the point of just writing a letter. I think it needs to be a delegation down there to really emphasise and get a clear answer as to why we're not getting that funding. Just sending a letter and getting a letter back no is a very easy thing to do from the desktop, but to actually do it face to face, I think would add value to it, and I'd prefer that a delegation be considered, go down and meet with the Minister, but also the Premier if possible, to try and ensure that we can actually get some of that funding. But I just, in the same area of pages 195 and 196, or 288 and 89 on board books, those tables there are very informative for us in relation to our costs for delivery of water. And if you look at, I'd just like to highlight it just to councillors. If you look at page 195, it talks about the Southern Region, but it talks about Perso, but it also talks about production cost of drinking water to Toowoomba reservoirs and customers. So there's quite detailed information there that I wanted to highlight to councillors, and hope that you all have a good close look at it. on page 199 or 292 of the report, Damien, if you don't mind, the CapEx, it says capital delivery slightly ahead of budget cash flow estimates, 83% of budget expended. When I read that, I read it like only 83% of the CapEx has been delivered, but at increased cost. So I'm hoping I've read that wrong. And would you mind just explaining what that really means, please?
Sure. Councillors, we delivered in dollars about 83% of what we wanted to deliver in the financial year. So that's what the 83% means. You can't infer from that the cost per metre to do whatever it was with the be it a pipeline or the cost on a pump station was inefficient. You can't. That's not what that metric does. It doesn't infer that, Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you. So could you just explain what it does mean, please?
Well, the simple fact of the matter is that the capital program last year was very challenging because we were taking multiple dams offline and we encountered some issues with delivery of materials due to COVID, and we had issues with our power supply and the way we reduced that down for the pump station at Perseverance. Perseverance was offline from nice round even numbers about October through until sort of into April, March, April of last year. At a similar time, we had pressing works at Crestbrook, and we're in Crestbrook as of next week to replace some valves that had failed in service. We'd also had Kubi Dam offline through the last half on different periods with some pump station issues there. So what we can't do is turn every single dam off at the same time. And we also had dig-ins with Perseverance pipeline replacement. So there's some, across the program, so water, sewerage and waste, there were some very challenging projects last year and continue for the next few years. For example, the Mount Kynoch water treatment plant interim upgrade, and then ultimately a new water treatment plant for Toowoomba. Exceptionally challenging and complicated, and these are intergenerational asset investments which are being done. I've never worked in the utility business, which is replacing so many critical components of its network at the same time. It is an exceptionally challenging period of catch-up, and it's similar to some of the... it was very good to hear the conversation this morning in relation to questioning, the affordability and additional revenue sources, be it from the federal government, as the Mayor often talks about, it's getting 1% of the tax take and potentially having more, or whether it's choosing and selecting what we do across the networks and the levels of service, and that was some of the conversations that Councillor Carroll was having.
So just as a summary in that, because it's one that sort of caught my attention as well, I have to admit, what you're saying in that is that you've spent 83% of the money allocated for capital work.
Correct.
But you haven't completed 83% of the 100% of program worked. So the costs have been higher than what was forecast to deliver the capital.
That's not what I infer from this. This metric is measuring the dollars spend against a budgeted dollars spend. So it's if council would like to prosecute the physical delivery. So if I plan to do 8 kilometres of Perseverance pipeline, how many kilometres did I do? And that's the kind of correlation that you're looking for, but you can't derive it from that KPI and that commentary.
Okay, so maybe we're measuring, in my mind, maybe we're measuring the wrong thing in that KPI, or the KPI should say percentage of budget spent, because the KPI actually just says percentage completion of capital works program, not capital works program budget.
Correct. I think
Would that be right?
that would be right, Councillor.
Right. Thanks. That's maybe something for us to note. Councillor Shine?
Just on that point again, Damien, you might have explained it, but just for my benefit. We've spent 83% of what money we did have to spend on capital works.
Correct.
But that's not a failure of the state or federal government's financing. That's our inability to spend that money that we already have allocated. What's the explanation for that?
In simple terms, some of the very complicated large projects would require us turning off different dams, and as a water business, I can't turn off all the dams at the same time or all the trunk infrastructure at the same time. Otherwise, there's no water.
No, sorry.
It boils down to that. So the sequencing and, if you like, the Gantt chart of when you get a permit to work, when you are allowed to go into and isolate a dam or a particular trunk main, we need to make sure that the other two sources of water are not compromised and that we have contingencies to go in and fix anything urgently that goes into those. We also have contingencies on when these interventions as to how many days it is that they need to be off, or in Perseverance's case, months, and then the return to service schedule. So, for example, right now we have 3 crews working on replacement of Perseverance trunk main. All 3 crews are on 24 hours notice to get that section that they're in out of the pit, out of and return to service so that we can pressurise if we had an issue, for example, with the Crestbrook trunk main. So that's...
You have a supplementary there?
Sure.
Mike. So I take it that not all of these things are predictable in terms of formulating your ask for the budget in the beginning of the year, particularly emergencies that arise. But some things are predictable. You have a program of replacement and so on that you've worked out in advance. Is that right?
Yes, we spend a bit of time thinking about the sequence to make sure that we're not turning everything off at the same time. Absolutely, and that we can still get the wastewater moving if we're doing a pump station, so that we've got all the bits sitting there and we pull the pump out and we drop a new pump in, and then return that to service so that we don't have overflows, etc. So you're absolutely right. A lot of time is spent on assessing that and the windows of time. So if you have an event which, such as the drives at Perseverance, which we had to send back to get a new set from Europe, that hurt that program and it put back other things that we wanted to deliver. So it's not a simple process, and I appreciate that every year, every month, we talk to the financial, which is, have you spent your dollars? And getting to where Councillor Jeff's mind was, did you spend your dollars well? So did you deliver a metre of pipe and you planned to do 2 metres of pipe? Or did you do 5 metres of resheeting, or did you do 3 metres of square resheeting? What did you achieve for the dollar spent? Is it prudent? Do you need to do it? Is it efficient? Did you deliver it in the right quantity for the value of money that you got? Does that help?
Thank you.
That's okay. Councillor Shine?
Thank you.
Any other questions, councillors? Damien, on page 277 on board books, or on the printed out copy 184 up the top, pardon me, it's another green tick, and I just wonder whether we've got the target or the actuals of the KPI right there. It talks about waste education and engagement activities per month. And then we say that there's a total of 74 engagements throughout the year, and the target is 2. I'm assuming the target is per month, but we have an actual of 74, so the target would be...
24.
Yeah, so whether we change the KPI to read per year and have an actual, but then quarterly you'd measure it. It's just, I'll just leave it with you.
I'll take this question on notice, but I believe that these targets that we're setting there, this is a report for the entire year, but I'll take the question on notice.
It just may be the way that's fed through when we get these quarterly. It might be split into three and the target might be less. No other questions for Damien? Thank you. Damien?
Thank you, councillors.
Councillors, we move then. Rosie, did you need to sum up or Shane? Nothing? Okay, let's move to the recommendation that's before us then. That council note the organisational performance is outlined in 2020-21 operational plan quarter 4, progress report July to June. That makes sense? It's up on the screen. Then moved by Councillor Summerfield, second by Councillor Von Hoff. Those in favour? That motion is carried. We move then to item number 4, which is controlled entities, quarterly financials. Shane, if you'd like to introduce it, and then we've got Robin here to answer questions.
Thank you. Good morning again, councillors. The report before you are the quarterly financial reports for the 3 controlled entities. These reports are provided to councillors for information, providing both oversight and the opportunity for questions regarding the financial activities of the Empire Theatre, Tisby and the John Dairy Woolshed. Should be noted that these reports are for the quarter ending 30 June 2021, and I'm assisted today by Robin, our Acting Manager Finance Business Strategy. Between us, we're happy to take questions.
Thanks very much, Shane. Any questions, councillors, in regard to these are for noting? I guess the main one there would be around the woolshed being this is probably the last one that we'll have before it comes under council from mid-June. Councillor Summerfield?
Yeah, thank you, Chair.
Mid-July,
and you mentioned JWS. I note in there $425,000 for wages when an entity is shut down. You know, we've had a number of discussions about this. That figure really just shocks me that we could be at that final figure for the 30th of June. And I just would appreciate if we could get confirmation that that sort of thing is not going to continue, given that there's been a change now in the management of it, that the wages that will be paid out there will reflect its operation.
Chair, through Chair, Councillor, I'm aware there are significant changes happening in that space as we speak, but I'll actually hand over to Rob for more detail.
Thanks, Robin. Welcome. Good morning.
Morning, councillors. How are you?
Good.
So the transition process for the John Dairy and Woolshed has commenced. One of the first bodies of work is to look after the staff. There's 4 permanent staff and a number of casuals out there. There's negotiations underway at the moment about how that's going to be managed. We were hoping to have the permanent staff across into council's books if that was the outcome by the end of August, but that may be delayed a little bit. So the wages that will be spent from John Dairy and Woolshed will be July and August, possibly some of September. So that level of wage won't be there any longer.
Thank you. So
follow up.
I'll be very careful here in what I say, but the positions will be absorbed within our organisation and not doing work for JWS under TRC.
The positions will come across into council's current operational programs, and they're available for their knowledge of JWS if it's required. And in this transition period, there may be some time spent at John Dairy and Woolshed.
Follow up if I could.
Follow up,
Chair.
sure.
Thank you. So, Robin, when that sort of work is being done, that will be allocated to JWS books when that work is being done for JWS?
Yes, we have separate projects and tasks set up within our financial system so that we can monitor what those expenses are going to be.
Thank you.
Thanks, Robin. Any other questions for Empire, Tisby or Woolshed quarterlies? Thanks, Robin. Thank you, Shane. We have a recommendation for noting. The council note the quarterly reports for its controlled entities as at 30 June 2021. Have a moved by Councillor Antonio, seconded by Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan. Those in favour? Motion's carried. We move now to adjourn this meeting, and I'll hand over to. You have to have a motion to adjourn.
Yeah,
moved by Councillor O'Shea, seconded by Councillor Carroll. Those in favour? Motion's carried. Thanks, Shane.
Wouldn't you just continue with your confidential?
Sorry?
Wouldn't you just continue with your confidential?
There's an economic development one.
Oh, of course, yeah, okay. Yeah, sorry, I missed that.
Oh, you're waiting for Seamus, are you? I had a chat to him once this morning. So.
Seamus is not here yet. Oh, he's just walked.
Come on down, Seamus.
Got through that last one.
Oh, super quick.
Councillors, I'll officially open the Economic Development Committee meeting. And of course, welcome to those who are watching online and those who are here, and to our staff, particularly for the work that they put in. Can I begin by acknowledging the Aboriginal parties whose songlines traverse these lands we meet on today, the Western Waka Waka, the Guybil, the Jarrawa and the Bigambul people, and can I pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging, for they hold the knowledge, the rich traditions and the bold ambitions of Australia's first people. No apologies, no leave of absence. Declarations, please. Councillor McDonald.
Mr Mayor, thank you. I would like to make a declaration, and it will crop up in item number 3, in fact, and it's a declaration that I've made in the past in regard to the fact that I declare that I have a conflict of interest in this matter as defined by section 175D of the Local Government Act 2009 as follows. Part owner or owner of land at 435 Ruthven Street, Toowoomba, and 2 Club Lane, Toowoomba, which properties are located in the incentive area of the Toowoomba CBD, and advise the meeting that I'll be dealing with the declared conflict of interest by leaving the meeting while this matter is discussed and voting on, which is item number 3.
Thanks very much, Councillor McDonald. We'll deal with the matter now. Any other declarations? Or Councillor Melissa?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I have a similar conflict of interest, but I believe that the last time this, because of my sister has a property in the city, but last time this was brought up, it was declared that because of the relationship, it wasn't an issue. But I put that to the council.
Any questions from any of the councillors in respect to Councillor Melissa's declaration? Do you wish to have a motion to allow her to stay, or to whatever council feels? Councillor Carroll?
Yes, do we need to ask Councillor Melissa to leave the room?
Councillor McDonald to leave the room?
No, Councillor Melissa.
Councillor Melissa, are there any questions for Councillor Melissa? You don't have to leave the room, I'm instructed.
No, Mr Mayor, I'm quite happy to move that, in my view, Councillor Melissa has no more to gain or lose than any of us sitting around this table, because her sister owns a premise in the CBD. So that's where I'm coming from. I don't believe that there is anything to gain or lose, and we have decided that in this room prior to today.
It has been done previously.
Yes.
Councillor Carroll has moved that. Is there a seconder, please? Councillor O'Shea. Any comments? Any questions? I'll put that to the vote. Those in favour? It's carried. Councillor McDonald.
Moving to item 3.
May leave the room. Councillors, I'll hand over to Seamus when Councillor McDonald leaves the room, and just to give us a briefing on that historic incentive that we have for the CBD.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning, councillors. The report before you today refers to a proposed extension to the temporary Toowoomba CBD Development Incentives Policy. So as you'd be aware, Council implemented that policy back in 2015, and what it seeks to encourage is the objectives of the Toowoomba City Centre Master Plan through providing some infrastructure charges discounts for particular types of development within a defined area of the Toowoomba CBD. So between now and 2015, the policy has undergone a couple of extensions in terms of the time that it's available, and we've also modified the boundary of the incentive area. We have had to date only one successful application to the policy, and that is for the Oaks development on Ruthven Street, where council provided a discount in the order of $900,000 odd for that development. So I think in terms of a return on investment for council, that presents about $16 million every year increase to the region's economy, that development. So encouraging development like that is a good outcome for the CBD, and it's a good outcome for the economy. We understand that there are a number of developments that are in the development process at this point in time that either qualify or will qualify once they submit a development application. So we're proposing that the policy be extended for a period of approximately 18 months to allow those developments to potentially progress through sufficiently in the development phase where they would qualify for the incentive, which would then give them a subsequent 2-year period to finish that development. So no other significant changes to the policy proposed in this report. There are a couple of minor amendments in terms of the application process itself, changes to some of the related legislation, etc. So the intent and the mechanism broadly remains as it was back in 2015.
Any questions for Seamus? Councillor Shine.
Just as my unfamiliarity with it, there is a fund there of which 900,000 has been spent. How much is left now?
So just over $2 million in terms of discounts that are available for qualifying developments. So the incentive, the maximum incentive amount for any qualifying development would be $1 million, but a lot would be under that.
Any further comments in terms of Councillor O'Shea, you're next, and Councillor Summerfield.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, James. My question, I've probably asked this before when we have extended this. I love the intent of it and what we're trying to achieve with it and how it falls into everything that we want to see within the CBD. But do we sort of? I sort of just wonder the take up that we've seen of it. Are we actually hitting the mark? And I understand there's a few in the pipeline that sit there now, and that's a central reason behind wanting to utilise this. But just with what we're trying to achieve, and it's been out there now since 2015. Yeah, we've seen some great catalytic projects come from it, but just the take up of it, we really see that this is a good investment where we are providing the majority of people out there to be able to access some sort of funding or a grant of this to assist us within the CBD, as opposed to, as we know, this is for larger scale development.
So I guess the feedback from the development industry and commercial real estate agents who deal with some of the proponents of projects of this scale is that there is a broad awareness of the incentive itself. And the incentive isn't designed to be, it's not designed to be the deal maker. It's supposed to bring forward that decision that would ordinarily be made, I guess. So It isn't, in the scheme of the types of developments that we're talking about, the incentive, the discount that we're talking isn't a massive one. So I think the program itself is suited to what we're seeking to achieve. Clearly for developers, there are a lot of elements that go into making their end financial decision on these developments, and the availability of this incentive would just be one. So we've probably come out of a period where we've had increased uncertainty. Let's hope that we move into a period of more certainty where developers might have more confidence to progress with developments. And I think retaining this incentive is timely to help them in making a positive decision, investing in our CBD for these catalytic developments. I'd also note that there have been some developments that have been made in the CBD that I think are equally as catalytic as say, the Oaks, that haven't been eligible for this incentive because the nature of that development meant that they weren't charged infrastructure charges. So it's not going to bring forward all types of development in the CBD, but certainly I think the significant developments that are going to encourage the amalgamation of lots, that are going to encourage the reuse of heritage buildings, it will serve that purpose.
If I can follow that, Mr.
That's
Mayor.
fine.
Yeah, thanks, James. Yeah, I agree. So it's a great incentive that is out there, and it is still is significant money. So you sort of touched on what my next question was going to be. Have we ever considered or run a lens over, I suppose, the definition of what we say is eligible use? Have we considered expanding that at any stage? Has that ever been considered or thought of?
I think certainly we have considered whether smaller developments might be included in the incentive, and I think that goes to a broader discussion that we're considering and will bring to council relatively soon about what are the types of developments or outcomes that council would like to see in the CBD and in the broader region, and what are the levers that council has available to achieve those objectives. So that's why I guess we're not proposing an extension of longer than 18 months, because we certainly hope to bring to council for your consideration maybe a more holistic view of what council seeks to achieve and how council might incentivise that.
Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Seamus. I'm very supportive of these incentive policies, and one that springs to mind as we're doing up Russell Street, which I'm hoping will be just beautiful when it's finished, is there are buildings there that are still boarded up from the floods earlier on, and I wonder whether the incentive for around building facades has actually been provided to that particular owner, whether that would help incentivise getting that shop looking nice again and open for rent. But anyway, that's an aside.
Thank you.
So the scope and application, Seamus, 2.2 and 2.3, I've got a couple of queries on. 2.2 says the maximum cumulative amount of incentives to be granted by council pursuant to policy is $3 million. I just wonder, what does that mean? Does that mean $3 million for the 18 months that this policy will be in place, or does it mean forever? And so I think we need clarity around the wording there. Perhaps that could be sorted before next Tuesday's meeting, because that's not definitive in my view, if you wouldn't mind having a look at that.
Certainly.
And then 2.3, the maximum incentive to be granted by council to each qualifying development pursuant to this policy is $1 million. And I'm so pleased that maximum's in there now, because that means that you don't automatically get $1 million. But my concern is there a criteria in place to identify how much up to a maximum of $1 million is in the policy?
Thank you for those questions. So just to clarify, the maximum amount of $3 million is for the life of the policy, not just this extension. So I guess that goes back to 2015 and through to whenever this policy is, I don't know, taken away.
So maybe just add for the life
yeah.
of the policy, I don't know.
Certainly, we'll have a look at making that change. And in terms of the amount that a development would qualify for, that is actually addressed in section 3.3. So there's, I guess, first and foremost is the amount of infrastructure charges that the development would apply to that type of development. And then the discount is applied based on whether or not it's amalgamating lots or reusing a heritage listed building or not. So they can get up to 100% of their applicable infrastructure charges discounted up to $1 million if they're amalgamating lots or using heritage listed building, or 80% using that same calculation. So a lot of developments, I think we would find, and certainly Oaks is an example where they didn't qualify for the full $1 million, which was available. It was 919 or something. So definitely there is a method to calculate what incentive is available.
Awesome, thank you.
You, Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I do support incentives as well, and I certainly support what we've had, that one application that we've had. But I'm just wondering, in this table 1, it says discount $100 for 100%. For developments that amalgamate multiple parcels of land, it should not read, shouldn't it, up to 100%? And then the development of a single parcel of land that does not involve the reuse of a heritage listed building, shouldn't it be up to 80%? If you're looking at that, you would think, oh, I qualify for that, I'll get 100%. That's not what I was going to say. I think right now, I'm in two minds of supporting this, because I would have preferred to have seen the information session come to council first after the ravages of COVID, and a lot of our businesses not being there, and maybe some of the medium-sized businesses, a bit of an incentive may well be the thing that will get them over the line, and when at the moment there isn't very much else to support them. And I think, you know, whilst we're casting our hook for large projects, I think that a medium-sized project could be just as valuable and just as beneficial to the economic benefit to our CBD. And for that reason, I'm in two minds about supporting this, because I think it's a cart before the horse. And I think we probably should have had that information session first, and maybe something to flesh that out. I mean, we've got issues in our CBD. We're very fortunate that we've got Rose down there doing amazing work with their business and building in that area. And Russell Street, as Councillor Nancy says, the precinct will become a destination, there's no doubt about that. I've had the opportunity to go down and have a look through through Rose building, and keeping abreast with Councillor Melissa of what's happening down there in Russell Street. Our teams are doing an amazing job. That will develop itself as those shops and the area becomes so much more amenable. But at the end of the day, I am not certain that this is our best use of our community's money, and I believe that we should be looking first at how we might be able to encourage in the shorter term, and then perhaps go back to this when there's been a recovery. We're a long way from that right now. And I think that, you know, some of the services and businesses that are in our community could well do with a little bit of help, rather than looking for something that's worth tens of millions of dollars. And that's my view on that. Thank you.
Can I?
Is this a sliding scale, James?
Yeah, so, sorry, I may have been a little bit misleading when I mentioned that we're talking about developments the scale of Oaks, and obviously we love to see developments of that size, which I understand was in the order of about $30 million construction value. So in this policy, a development that exceeds $3 million will qualify. So it needn't be that scale. $3 million, I think, when we're talking in the terms of construction in the CBD, can be a relatively minor development. So I think it does cater for a breadth of development sizes and types within the CBD. And obviously, if a development has a construction value of $3 million, the infrastructure charges amount and the the discount that would be awarded would be significantly less than what was experienced with the one that has been approved so far.
Thank you, Seamus. And just as a follow-up, if there was reuse of a heritage building, it may not have to spend $3 million. So it has to be $3 million to start with.
Correct.
And I think that is exactly what I'm talking about. Because if there's a building in good order down in our CBD that's sitting there empty or is at risk of falling to pieces, should it not be occupied and have some useful contribution to our community in the CBD, I just wonder, should we have something in there that it could be considered? I don't know how you would word that, but $3 million, if you've got a building that's structurally sound, heritage listed, which we really want them to be reused, and there's plenty, well, not plenty, we're no worse than anyone else, but there's some areas down there that we, would qualify. If there was something, someone came in, walked straight in, I mean, $3 million, that's not ongoing for staff and whatever. I mean, I'd just like to see that the $3 million might be, we might be able to consider, should we have something worthwhile. Well, it's all worthwhile. It's not my place to judge that. But that's what I'm trying to say. I'm not sure how you capture that.
Can you answer that, please, Seamus? My understanding is it's a sliding scale and it's for new buildings, new infrastructure?
Yeah, so I guess some development types and whether if it's a renovation of an existing heritage building, and unless they're increasing the size and the scale of the building themselves, it's not going to accrue infrastructure charges. No. And I guess this is it's in some ways it's an affordable mechanism for council to encourage these types of developments because we're not outlaying money to support them. We're foregoing some revenue on the assumption and knowledge that we've got sufficient capacity in the existing networks within the CBD to absorb the extra demand created by the development. So this is a mechanism that allows us to encourage that development without putting money into them. And if we were to think about ways that we could encourage some redevelopment or reuse of existing heritage buildings that don't fall into these mechanisms, then we may go into an area where we're providing a cash incentive or other mechanisms, which is worth. And again, I guess we do that when we think about how we encourage owners to improve the facade of heritage buildings. We provide a cash contribution there that we share with the owner. So when we come to council and have a discussion about what some of your broader priorities might be, then we can also have a look at what the mechanisms that council have available to us are, and they aren't necessarily only providing infrastructure charges discounts. And I guess it depend on what council's comfortable with.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, and Seamus has certainly covered most of it, but I think in 2012, the 2012 scheme, council took a very deliberate step to strip away as much red tape as possible for the owners and business holders in the CBD, so that if they do have a heritage building in particular and they want to do it up and change the use in it, they don't have to mess around with getting a planning approval. The only time they would need a planning approval if they were actually extending the building itself. And there's not a lot of opportunities with the number of the buildings in the CBD due to fragmentation or what have you for that to occur. It's really either redevelopment totally, or it's reuse of a heritage building. And certainly reuses of existing buildings do not attract any planning application requirements. Hence, all that red tape falls away, and there's no infrastructure charges associated with it as well. So it's really about the investment that that owner wishes to put into that building.
As long as it's over $3 million.
No, well, all the incentives are there already, built into the scheme, and we don't provide them with any money, even if it's over $3 million. We don't give them any money.
No.
It's really income foregone through not charging infrastructure charges to a certain level. Yeah.
But just to follow up, just to be clear, only if you spend over $3 million.
Yep.
On a new building.
No, on a existing heritage or a new building.
If you, well, didn't you say it's got to be expanded, it's got to be bigger than the...
Yeah.
But if there were two and they joined them together?
Yes.
Yep. And I had a complaint from someone who had been a recipient of a grant to do up their building, that it cost them more in additional charges than we gave them in terms of stopping traffic and a whole range of things. But anyhow, they got a fair bit of help from us, I think. Right, Councillor Shine, then Councillor Tim.
No, thanks, Mayor. I had asked earlier about that fund of $3 million. I thought it was a fund rather than infrastructure charges.
Okay, yes.
Waiving. But what I think the majority of councillors, if not all, were keen on a few months ago was shop top living, and clearly this is not suited for that because of the $3 million and some limitation on the reuse of heritage buildings. I'd like it to be extended, and if, as Councillor Taylor was saying, that a review of the whole thing might be appropriate, but personally, without stopping continuing this on until the end of next year, but at some time in the near future, to encourage shop top living would be, I think, a good idea to make it feasible for that to happen.
Yes, absolutely. And I should mention that we did try to bring this to council relatively quickly, because at the moment the incentive the policy has expired, effectively expired. So what we wanted to do was bring it to council as quickly as possible to reinstate it. We've definitely had discussions within the branch and Andrew Quain about the application of this incentive and how it could encourage shop top living. So I think the study that that Andrew conducted found that the most viable model of shop top living doesn't actually involve an increase in the area of the property. Once you do that, you start going multiple layers, it starts getting more complicated and expensive. And if that were the case, then this incentive actually wouldn't have a mechanism to encourage it, because there wouldn't be infrastructure charges. So, but we are thinking about it, definitely.
Thank you.
Councillor Tim.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to Seamus. I suppose my question is in line with the sentiment around the room, particularly raised by Councillor O'Shea and Councillor Carol Taylor, that while this is a great initiative, and I'd certainly support its continuation, one application in 6 years, and I note map 1 in the report, where the incentive is available, goes right up to Bridge Street on Ruthven, where we've, I believe, in the last 6 years had the whole Mill Precinct, Bunnings and ongoing work there. If I think of other initiatives around the CBD in the last 6 years, I'm trying to think of them, but Walton Stores wouldn't be too much older than that. I think Quest, which is exactly what this is, reuse of a heritage building, would be about 2015. So that's just the examples I'm thinking of. Could you elaborate on where's the mismatch? Why aren't these people applying for this, or is it my timeframes are way out?
No. Thank you for the question. So Quest was actually approved just before this incentive was put in place. The development that's happening at the moment, right next door to Quest, would have qualified for this, but they aren't being charged infrastructure charges for that development. They already had credits from the building that was there. So that one hasn't qualified. Walton Stores didn't apply or would have been eligible for this because they reused their existing floor area, so there weren't infrastructure charges. Same with Rose. So a large number of developments that are changing the nature and face of the CBD positively don't qualify largely because they're not accruing infrastructure charges. If the Mills precinct gets to the point where they actually put a development application in for who knows what, that includes an increase in floor area, then one would imagine if they do it in the time frame that they would qualify.
Okay, sure. So I suppose it just goes to re-looking at the reasons why all these people haven't, and perhaps sort of a re-looking at there. My only other question, Chair, follow-up is, would there be any merit in including the target area south towards James Street? There's certainly some nice CBD buildings along there that may be developed in the future. I mean, that map in blue is fairly, well written. Is that a comment or a concern that could be investigated, perhaps?
So the boundary, I guess, of the incentive area aligns with the priority development area, first and foremost. That was one of the changes that we made relatively recently to incorporate all of the PDA. So I guess moving it south of Herries would take it out of that zone. Not necessarily a bad thing. South Central development would have qualified if it had been in the incentive area. That is a fair way south of where the boundary currently is. So I think at this stage, this scale of developments take time to initiate, plan, fund, etc. So moving a boundary now, and we've got the policy expiring in 18 months, might make it challenging for prospective proponents to get their ducks in a row to qualify. But again, when we come to council and workshop what other or what your priorities might be outside of these necessarily and the other mechanisms, then I guess the geographic scope could be considered then.
Thanks for your answer.
I think originally this policy was brought in because of will on the council of that time to have more people living and working in the CBD. It covers office blocks, it covers potential unit accommodation in the CBD, and that was the will of council. I'll hand over now to Councillor Bill.
Thanks, Chair. Yep, in fact, correct. As far as my recollection goes, it was brought about by the constraint of small parcels being in different ownership, too small to do anything significantly with, and it was a trigger to try and help amalgamate land parcels. And rightfully so, it was developed distinctly different from a cash handout and other incentive programs that we have, because as in foregone revenue from infrastructure charges, and some of those buildings mentioned timing and from various reasons, they just didn't qualify because the whole notion of this was to try and get better utilisation of infrastructure, the stuff we need to put in the ground, the roads, the use of that investment for more people in the CBD. And higher density type development. I would not like to see this eroded away to the extent that it becomes a cash handout to a premises that is not up for infrastructure charges. They're not going to change their gross floor area. It might be a repurposing, but it's within the defined allowances for types of use that can go in as of right use under the planning guidelines. So, in the tables there it talks about heritage buildings, but for development, single large land that does not involve the reuse heritage, 80% discount. But on the schedule on page 5 of 7 in the amended in attachment 2, it's pretty broad reaching as far as we could sort of structure this at the time, because there are a list of uses there that are relevant. And yes, I take it that it's been one in the last 6 years, but I think it was designed distinctly for that type of development that could change the face of the CBD over time, and I think we need to probably keep it unique to that. There are other mechanisms that we can utilise and do utilise, and then maybe it's a revisit of those to see how they are structured and used. But
Okay.
I have a preference to really leave it for what it was intended for.
Thank you. Councillor Rebecca.
Thank you, Chair, through you. Back in February, when Council endorsed the CBD Shop Top Living Design Guide, Council put out a press release. And there's a quote from Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan in that. And she says, Council's temporary Toowoomba CBD development incentives policy expires June 30 this year, and Council will investigate incorporating incentives for shop top living in any review of the existing policy. We haven't done that.
Thanks for the question, Councillor. We definitely did consider it. I guess in the timeframe that we had available to extend this policy, we didn't think that we could achieve the addition appropriately to meet the expiry and the desire to get this up and running again as soon as possible, to give the potential investors certainty. But it is and remains a consideration when looking at how council can incentivise that, the way that we can encourage shop top living.
I mean, through you, Chair, I think we keep saying that, but we're not doing what we say we're going to do. So I'm inclined to agree with some of the comments around the room that this is a bit undercooked and it's not delivering on what we said we'd do. So I think that it needs to have a bit more work done on it before it comes back to us, and it does include, as Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan said, those incorporating the incentives for shop top living.
We could do that.
That's what I'm saying, dear. 3 million's quite a bit. Yeah.
So I think maybe even if this is deferred and it comes back after we do what we said we'd do.
Certainly we'd be able to do that. I just flagged we wouldn't be able to make those amendments in time for the ordinary meeting next week, but we could have an objective of bringing that to a future Economic Development Committee meeting as soon as possible. The risk that I'd highlight, and is relatively minor given that we've had one application in 6 years, is that we're in a period now where developments wouldn't be eligible because they won't actually meet what the policy requires. So we could make the extension now as it stands and commit to coming back to council as soon as possible with inclusion options for shop top living. But
through you, Chair, I appreciate that comment, Seamus. It's just that this was endorsed in February and now it's August. So I think we probably have to apply a little bit more scrutiny on actually making sure that the policy incentives do turn over.
Councillor Megan.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I mean, I sort of endorse Councillor Von Hoff's comments there, I guess. Seamus, why would it be so difficult to bring it back before next week, do you think?
Well, I just don't know that we would have the time to undertake the internal consultation because I guess there's multiple sections within planning and development that require input into how we actually make this work. But it's also, I guess, I've got another report that I need to bring to the ordinary meeting as a result of yesterday's committee meeting. So personally, a little bit tied up in that respect. there's no reason necessarily why we couldn't bring it to the next economic development.
Just get the General Manager to comment. Stuart, you said
Yes.
first.
Look,
feel
I think we're getting a bit tied up here. Shop top, as was said before, if we're doing what we expect would be done, that someone's converting the top of the shops either to 1 or 2 dwellings, there is no infrastructure charges payable. There is no additional car parking because of changes made to the scheme back in 2012. So there is nothing preventing that from happening. There is no scope to provide a monetary incentive because there is the very premise that they don't have to pay infrastructure charges anyway means that we're impotent with this policy because it's dependent upon people paying infrastructure charges. So this is not a grants policy. This is an income foregone in the form of infrastructure charges. So it would be a totally different animal if we were going to start saying to developers, we will give you a grant to help you do that, because that's never been the intent of council since I've been here. But there's certainly been and is an ability to forego infrastructure, partly on the basis that there is, as Councillor Carl has said on a number of occasions, there is existing infrastructure in the ground, or sunk infrastructure, and it's making better use of some of that infrastructure at no real cost to council or the community. There could be a longer term cost, but ignoring that and assuming it's a sunk cost, then there's no cost. It's wrapped around the payment of infrastructure charges. The other incentives come through the scheme as it was framed in 2012. There's no red tape, there's no planning approval required. There are building permits required and there are fire regulations that apply, but we can't incentivise those because they're fundamental to life and limb. I'm a little bit perplexed as to how we can help beyond what we're trying to do anyway, without certainly turning the cart totally around and saying we are going to start providing grants to incentivise it.
Just go right.
Councillor Von Hoff,
Just a response.
Follow up, and then Councillor Carroll.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Through you, Chair. And Stuart, why did we say we'd do it? We came out to the public. It's here in print.
We would look at it.
When this expires June 30, we will investigate incorporating incentives for shop top living in this review of this existing policy.
Yep.
It's not about the infrastructure charges. We all understand that what shop top living is driving at does not trigger those infrastructure charges. But we said that we would look at incentives for shop top living in this review, and we haven't done it. So it's not about the infrastructure charges, it's about thinking bigger and differently about the incentives, which we said we would do.
Okay. The officers did have a look at that, but they bumped into the wall that I was just talking about. Where do you go with this current policy unless you throw the total policy out and start again? That's not the intent here. This policy has been well received by the development industry generally out there. It's just the fact that there's been one that's qualified because it did require the payment of infrastructure charges is not a condemnation of that policy. What it's saying is that we have some pretty fair settings in our planning documents at the moment and in the way we charge our infrastructure charges. So there is a pretty fair approach to all that. But it doesn't mean, I know of 2 developments at the moment that are in this area that may qualify because they are large residential developments. They will be paying infrastructure charges and they will benefit from this policy unless we don't approve it or don't extend it. Then they won't benefit from it because it won't be there. But in terms of the shop top, there's a fair incentive, there's a fair disincentive in terms of costs, of course, because you've got to meet building regulations and you've got to meet fire regulations. And there's not a lot that we as a council can do about that. But there is, if they're not stepping outside the square meterage, then they're not attracting infrastructure charges. But if they were to start to build on to the structure either vertically or horizontally, then there would be infrastructure charges payable. But to go there, you're well and truly over $1 million for a start in terms of building costs, planning costs, everything else. So maybe the most practical approach here would be to say, instead of it being a $3 million threshold, you bring it down to $1 million threshold, and then anyone who wants to do something in terms of any of those buildings regarding residential development that triggers an infrastructure charge, they will qualify. So from my viewpoint, it's a fairly simple approach. Untested, doing what Michelle says, creating policy on the run. However, I think that might achieve what you're looking for. But in terms of looking at this policy as a whole, we felt that $3 million was probably a reasonable way to leave it.
Oh, can I suggest that it's an area worth us having a good look at? And Michelle, would you like to say a few words?
So I just wanted to make a comment on that, Mr.
Councillor
Mayor.
Carroll.
Thank you. I'm aware of a person in the CBD who was thinking of putting 2 buildings together for shop top living and up the top and others. So I'm aware of that. They're looking at that. That would involve infrastructure charges? No.
If it's existing building and they're
Well,
not actually
adding
creating
to the floor space?
If they're adding to the floor space, it would,
because there's car parks behind it. So I'm just thinking, I mentioned a few questions ago about taking it from 3 million back to 1. 3 million is quite a lot of money, and I'm not knocking the policy, it's been great. And probably, can I also ask a question? How many applications have been made in those 6 years? We've got 1 claim, but how many applications have been made in those 6 years?
So one application.
Okay, thank you.
Applications need to be considered by council. So
Yes, I
only
thought
one's
so.
been brought to you.
I actually thought so. So at the end of the day, can we put a temporary, I agree through you, Mr Mayor, that policy on the run is not good policy, never is, and you never ever seem to be able to cover all the implications of something like that. So could we put a temporary thing on this until such time as that we have a look at what we might do? I mean, it's probably not a good thing to look at all options in a public meeting like this, in a committee meeting. And I would say, could we do that for, I don't know, 6 months until such time as we could have an information session with some options and advantages and disadvantages of some taking that money back, or whatever we might decide was the beneficial to the CBD and to the reinvigoration of the CBD.
Carol, can I just suggest that I see these as 2 quite separate issues, and I guess that press release that Councillor Von Hoff has quoted was, well, I suppose in reflection, it's quite a little unfortunate, but I would think that it would be a good idea for us to have a discussion on how we can, in fact, encourage shop-top living. And that may well be a separate issue to foregoing infrastructure charges for a multi-storey building on 2 blocks of land. Sorry, Councillor Megan, I hope I didn't offend you there, but
No.
There you go.
Mr Mayor, I'll just take the opportunity. I mean, I think we're all sort of on the same page. We want
Yeah, I think we are.
shop-top living, but I guess, and Councillor O'Shea mentioned it earlier, is this incentivising anything if we've only had 1 application? So I think the whole thing needs to be looked at. You know, these other 2 that are in the pipeline, are they doing it with the hope that they're going to get possibly $1 million from council, or would they have gone ahead anyway? And are we better trying to direct our energies into the outcome we want, which is the shop-top living?
We want both.
Yeah, we do, of course, yeah.
And through you, Mr Chair, I think it's important. We are talking about developments that cost $20, $30, $40 million to build. They don't come by every day. We probably would expect in a good year, maybe one. Lucky to get them in 2. And we've had one in 6. But it's these 2 that look like they will proceed because they're commercially, or I think, not my decision, but it would appear that they are commercially viable. But what adds to the viability is the fact that they have this policy, and they, in both cases, have talked about the advantage. And in the one that was approved, because in that case they had to go to an extra basement, it made that, which the extra basement may have made the whole development unviable. That additional impetus from the incentive assisted getting that one across the line. So it was very effective in that one. And so if I could
That
just
was for
sum up and say
parking,
there
Stuart,
are,
wasn't it? That was for parking. And half the reason we've got issues in the CBD with parking is because no one has to pay anything towards parking when they do something.
Yeah, in this case, yeah, the decision to not have to pay infrastructure charges, but to put that money into the building itself, you know, it assisted in making it more viable, because digging basement car parks is very expensive, and they went from a proposal of 1 basement to 2, which added another $1.5 million to the project.
And Stuart, I'm agreeing with you, because we had to do it with the library here, and it also is a better outcome for our CBD, as I say, because if we'd had all those cars out on the street or using the parking that we have. So it was a very good outcome on 2 fronts, to get the building there and also to have adequate parking underneath the building.
Can I just suggest it would seem to me to be appropriate that we continue this incentive, but it also seemed to me that there be a separate motion either as an addendum to this or come forward on next Tuesday in respect to shop top living and moving ahead with seeing how that we can support, or, well, what we're doing by putting this through. What we would want to do by shop top living is encourage by using some level of incentive. Now, what that would be, I don't know. I would have to take advice.
I haven't moved the recommendation, but I would like to have a considered workshop rather than rushing anything through from...
A considered workshop?
Yeah, about shop top.
Quite happy about that.
Yeah.
It's probably appropriate that it was brought forward on Tuesday. Or do you want to add that to this?
I think, I'm just happy to move this as is, with the understanding that we want to have a thorough workshop in terms of what's possible, what's,
Yep.
with the intent for shop top living.
So you're comfortable with that? What's before you? Councillor O'Shea.
Thanks, Mayor. With the indulgence of the mover, I think probably so I think we talked about, definitely around that shop top living, but I think it's also the couple of things we've talked around here around smaller or just or other CBD incentives.
Yep. Do you want to add that to it?
$1 million taking it back.
Add that to point 2?
Well, I think if we can get an undertaking from the staff that we're going to have a workshop and discussion around the shop top living and other similar incentives. I mean, I would like to the idea of our affordable and social housing, they would be eligible for this incentive, wouldn't they, Mr General Manager?
Hope so.
Yes, ordinary, so long as it's not developed by the government, the state government, then it would be.
We would like to think it would be.
So if it's done by Brisbane Housing Company and the likes of those, how would we get on there?
It would depend on what the ownership of that organisation. Are they a government organisation?
I think they're... I don't think they are.
I think that's a very good question. If it's Department of Housing, they don't pay infrastructure charges. If it's Brisbane Housing, I think they do pay charges as per private sector, because they are a registered company and they're not an agency. So they're not for profit. So,
Maybe I'll do something around eligibility for those.
yeah.
Those they're all just the questions that we need to look at.
But, I'm not sure
Often
whether
lots of
that.
churches
Yep.
involved in.
Councillor Summerfield, you looked as if you were about to say something.
Yeah, look, I'm happy to second and hope we have a vote on it and get on. I mean, those
Righto.
discussions can happen down the
Well,
track.
who was it that moved it? You, James? No, Megan. It's moved it. Nancy has seconded. Anyone wishing to speak against, go into debate. If not, I'll put the motion as it stands before you now, bearing in mind that we have in...
Just a point of clarity, Mr Mayor, that stays at 3 million, does it?
3 million in
Current policy.
the total...
The current policy, it has to be 3 million.
Fund, but $3 million in the total amount of money that we would be prepared to forego.
I would have thought, I think, is that per project? At the moment, it's
No,
per...
it's $1 million per project.
Yeah, no,
That's all.
I'm saying, I think, is it the cost? We've got the cost, 3 million or more, and I would like that to come back to 1 million.
That would have to be an amendment.
You're talking thresholds?
Yes.
Yeah, well, I think that's what we've got, isn't it, in the policy?
Yes.
No, we've got
3 million total. My,
No.
Starting at 3 million.
No, starting
Pressure.
at 3 million.
so that means we'd only have one opportunity for a similar thing to the Rock.
No, so what the councillor's suggesting is that the threshold construction value could be decreased from $3
From
million
three to
to $1 million for developments to qualify. I think
okay.
it would be nice to understand what that might mean in terms of historic developments within the CBD, to understand what the impact might be going forward. But agree that it could encourage an increased range of developments or sizes.
Councillor Carl?
Yeah, I support just let's get on and vote, because we don't need to make policy on the run. We come back, it's considered, shop top living, as per that media release, will be considered in future deliberations. If we need to make any amendment to this policy, we can, or we can actually pull other levers if we see fit to include shop top living and any other such things. But we already have some other mechanisms for cash handouts.
Okay, so the committee recommendation is exactly before you. There's nothing additional to that. It's a continuation of where we are now. It's been moved, it's been seconded. Those in favour? Those against? Councillors, do you wish to stop for lunch now, or we continue with the...
One more thing.
And then confidential.
Keep going?
Yeah, absolutely.
Righto, let's
Do it
move
and
to...
then confidential.
Are you in favour of continuing?
No,
Councillor Taylor didn't vote.
you can count on me.
She voted against
Which, if no voting is a negative.
Yep,
So-
understand that.
Yeah,
That's the very reason I...
because I'm very conflicted about it.
Right. Everyone else in favour? Now, is it lunchtime, or do you wish to continue? It's lunchtime.
Yep.
Lunchtime?
Votes on that.
Someone move that we adjourn the meeting, please. Councillor Shine, Councillor Tim, those in favour? Lunch will come back in 1 hour. Meeting, we have dealt with item 3, and Councillor McDonald, you're out of the room, but that amendment, that continuation of that incentive.
I'm right now, though, I'm back.
Yeah, you're right to stay, but I'm just telling you the continuation of that
Sure.
incentive has gone on, but we will certainly be looking at how we can help in terms of things like shop top living or lesser value CBD projects. Okay, we'll move then to item 4, which is Toowoomba Regional International Relations Strategy, and thanks, Jane, for being here. Over to you, Seamus.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, councillors. So before you today are some proposed amendments to an updated Toowoomba Region International Relations Strategy. So Council endorsed its first international relations strategy back in 2013, and I guess the intent of that strategy was to provide some strategic guidance to the way that Council undertook and managed its existing relationships and how it might consider any future relationships. That strategy was updated again back in 2019 to reflect, I guess, a change that had been made, and one of the most significant of those was a new relationship with China. And we're proposing this change relatively soon after the last one, I guess on the back of a reflection of the way that Council is able to best leverage our international relations. And that came as a result of a workshop or a presentation to councillors back in May of this year around what the benefits of international relations are. And I think it's fair to say that Council probably does really well in terms of leveraging cultural and knowledge outcomes from our existing international relationships, and probably not so well from a trade or economic perspective. And to some way that's not necessarily surprising, because some of these relationships were formed a long time ago and the intent of them wasn't based around their economic potential, but rather around their cultural alignment or opportunities. So the revision in front of you today probably reconsiders what Council's role is in achieving economic outcomes from those international relationships, and understands that we do have partners in our region that have far more significant expertise than Council does have available to it to realise trade outcomes for local businesses. So from an education perspective, we've got the recently established Study Toowoomba. TSBE operates on an international basis, mainly through Food Leaders Australia. Our tourism organisation certainly does consider international markets, and we have the state government agency, Trade Invest Queensland, and I guess the Commonwealth agency, Austrade, who can handle generic or more general investment or trade inquiries. So what we're proposing is that Council acts more as a facilitator of trade outcomes from these existing relationships, rather than, I guess, overtly seeking them, and rather work with our partner cities and link them with specialist agencies to try to realise what those benefits might be. That will enable us to realign some of our existing internal resourcing to other priorities. There are some other very minor amendments in terms of names of agencies and whatnot, but I think that's the crux of what this strategy proposes.
Okay, any comments around the room? Councillor Summerfield and then Councillor Taylor, then Councillor Megan.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Seamus. I think this is great, the amendments that have been made to it and tweaking it in the direction that Council really would like to see this continue to go. I think it's a good document. The only question I do have is on page 13, the very last sentence in there talks about Wagner's Composite Fibre Technologies.
Yep.
I question, and I'm happy to be guided about whether an actual company should be named. I think we could be saying something along the lines, and council is aware of at least one other local business expanding there, or something along those lines. I think if we name one, we're going to have to name the four already, and where does it end? I just think we have to make it a neutral document. That's my thoughts. I'm happy to be told otherwise.
Okay. Good point, Councillor Summerfield. Any comments around the room? Councillor Carroll, you were next.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Question, is CJ Industries rendering plant still out here operating in Toowoomba?
Yes.
Okay, so I think that we have to recognise that came here, whatever its payroll is, came here because of the partnership with Padua City. And because CJ Industries is the parent company of Samsung, and they are based in Korea, South Korea, or the Republic of Korea. So I think we need to look at that. I agree with most of the things you say, Seamus, but the other thing that's worth considering is over in these Asian countries in particular, nobody opens doors like the mayors. The mayors of a country, it doesn't matter if you're a corporation or anything else, when you're the mayor of a country, you open the doors and the door is open to you and your delegation. So whilst we need to have that very cognisant in our head, I think. And then the other thing, I mean, we're talking about all these relationships. The one I'm most disappointed with is the one with China. We have received absolutely nothing from that. There's been absolutely nothing, not even a cultural exchange. And I know we've had COVID for the last 12 months, but really I feel a bit sorry for the people who went over there and put so much into it, because it's been more than disappointing. Probably no fault of the Chinese people, of course, but just the way the whole thing is structured over there in China. But yeah, so I agree with you on most things, but there will always be a role for the local government, I believe. And also we need to recognise that that rendering plant came here simply because of the relationship between Padua City and Toowoomba City.
Yep.
And I take on board your comments in respect to China, and Brian and I certainly, have we been there twice or three times, Brian? Twice? Twice. And the first trip there was very difficult, and then suddenly we became partners with Yusheng, and then next was Shaoxing. Now, my view on the whole thing was, given that those two communities were close to Hangzhou, who had an international airport, at that point in time and in that economic environment and trade environment, I thought there was a good chance that we could probably do something about it. But of course, it's gone now to a large degree, but it may come back. We did have a visit from some of those people at one stage. We took them to John Dairy and Woolshed.
Yeah, that was prior to the thing, I think.
Sorry?
I think that was prior to the setting up of the relationship.
Well, I think the initial relationship was set up with Yusheng, if that's correct, I think. Then it might have been prior to Shaoxing, I think.
So that incoming delegation, I think, was after we'd signed the initial agreement with Yusheng, yep, and then it subsequently changed into a friendship relationship. And I think the issue with Yusheng is that there's been unfortunate timing on a number of fronts. Obviously for it and all of our other relationships, COVID has presented insurmountable challenges in terms of, getting outcomes and having delegations in and out. They also did intend on bringing an education group across, but a typhoon got in the way as well. So I guess there is potential down the track, and we can hope that we continue to work with Yusheng and our partners to realise what available economic opportunities might exist.
So if I could just have a follow-up to that, Taiwan would have been on the ground and running, had we gone that way.
Understand that, Councillor Carroll. I think in respect to Weatherford, Texas, which of course has a connection with Tisby, I would suggest that there's real potential there. There are 4 local companies who are actually operating in that area, 2 in seeds, 1 in manufacturing, and of course the one that's mentioned in this report. And I think Weatherford certainly has, those of us who had dinner here with the people from Weatherford would realise that there's a real strong connection that doesn't have any barriers. And I also agree that at this point in time, when it comes to economic development, we ought to be looking at that, and much of that can be driven, of course, through TSB, who that's their job. And I think in terms of Weatherford, Texas, I think when the borders are clear, they would be planning on going on a trip over there to, just to investigate Weatherford, Texas.
I agree.
But in saying that, I'm reasonably comfortable with everything in that report and the recommendations. Is any other comments? Councillor Megan.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I think everyone's fairly aware of how I feel about this part of council and whether it's council's core business. Talk about core business. So Seamus, just explain to me what, given that it's not to drive economic, or it is still to try and drive economic investment in the region, but we're then, if we have any inquiries, we're sort of steering them to, if it's education, we're steering them to Study Toowoomba or TSB or different, yeah. So what exactly will this unit be doing? And can you tell me, when we talk about our internal resourcing will be directed to other priorities, what that is? Like, what's the kind of makeup of this unit at the moment, and where are those resources been going, and what are they doing?
Okay.
Envisaged to be doing?
Yes. So we have one dedicated role that traditionally services our international relationships, and that's our International Secretariat. When we took on the relationship with China, we made that a responsibility of our research, a part of the responsibilities of our research officer. I guess in ordinary times, when we are able to travel, there's quite a lot of work involved in coordinating incoming, outgoing delegations, working with community groups, trying to encourage increased engagement between the community and our international partners, etc. So we sort of saw that at that time, when we took on China, we needed to allocate some of the resourcing available from a research officer into servicing the new relationship, and then the International Secretariat focused on the existing Korea, Japan and New Zealand relationships. So I guess what we are proposing as an outcome of this is that the International Secretariat would be able to administer and manage all of the 4 relationships, and that part of that research officer's time can be redirected towards other economic development tasks. So by not being as focused on trying to drive economic outcomes, but rather respond to them as they arrive. So when we travel over there, or when they come here, discussions might happen, opportunities might be proposed. We would then just refer those on to some of our partners rather than trying to drive the outcome ourselves and resource that. So that is the major difference of what we're proposing, and I guess the resource implications.
Can I follow up, Mr Mayor? I'm just not trying to be disrespectful, Seamus, but I'm just wondering what the International Secretariat's position would be doing at the moment in the age of COVID.
Yes, sorry, didn't cover that. No, so at the moment the International Secretariat obviously is doing only a little bit of work on the international relationship. So still quite active in terms of trying to encourage more video conferencing, particularly between schools, and we've achieved some more school partnerships during COVID. So we are still getting some outcomes, but at the moment the International Secretariat is supporting one of the other roles within SPED, which is it's the Principal Urban Development role, Andrew Quain's role, and helping with him administer some of the working groups that he has, etc.
Any other questions, Councillor Shine?
Yeah, no, thanks, Mayor. My own feeling is probably similar to Councillor O'Sullivan's in that two reasons I have scepticism about not so much what you're doing now, but the idea of overseas trips to foster relationships with other countries. I have a difficulty understanding why that's a function of local government at all, but particularly in Toowoomba, where we have TISB, its major purpose was to foster economic development and investment in our area from all over the place, including from overseas. They're the experts at it, and we put money towards it, and I'm very happy with what they do and their outcomes. I understand Councillor Taylor's point about the Mayor having a standing, particularly in China, but I couldn't see any reason why on a TISB trip to China that they couldn't take the Mayor with them as the, if you like, no disrespect meant, but as the figurehead of the delegation or something like that, without, what I'm also concerned about is the public perception that we are deviating from our core purpose. We had a discussion earlier today about the need for roads, etc. And the public perception out there of politicians generally, and this was the same in the state government, and certainly it's the same in federal government, looking after themselves in terms of overseas trips. I do know that when you do go on one of these, you work very hard and it's exhausting, and it's hardly a holiday. It's not a holiday, but the public perception, I think, is probably different and will never be convinced otherwise. So for all those reasons, I'm just saying I'm a sceptic when it comes to that proposition of overseas trips, which is not quite on point with what you're putting up today.
Any other questions around the room? Councillor McDonald and then Councillor Nancy.
Just a question and comment in respect to all the views in regard to international relations. I think where we've landed today is probably where we probably have moved to because of the variety of other areas that focus on economic development, and we're in dangerous territory if we start recommending or suggesting businesses that should go or shouldn't go and do that sort of thing. So I'm more than comfortable with the strategy as it's presented in draft form. Just in regard to time frames for achievables and what have you, and there's things that are ongoing, there's things that are 1 and 2 years and what have you. This strategy is written for today, 2021. Is there a review date, or should this strategy be to the term of that council?
As far as I'm aware, there's no set or sort of encouraged review period, but I guess a new term of council probably does make quite a bit of sense to just to test the appetite of that council in terms of what they might see as a priority for international relationships.
We had one for 2019, now we've got another one for 2021, and it's a very short time frame when we're saying the strategies are ongoing. So it might be worthy of consideration to suggest somewhere in the document that for the term of council.
Will do. Thank you.
Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Not trying to be disrespectful either, but following on from Councillor Megan's comment, do we have oversight of the International Secretariat's budget and spending?
Do we have oversight?
Do we have oversight of it?
Of their budget?
And spending, how it's spent?
Michelle?
Good afternoon again. Thank you for your question. The international relations budget in terms of labour is contained within our operational budget within SPED, and we allocate administrative resources to that in terms of any requirements for virtual conferencing and things like that. One of the outcomes of this report, you will note in terms of financial implications, is within our operational budget we don't have the capacity to provide any support for outgoing delegations in particular, and to that extent any future incoming delegations that would require additional support for cultural activities, excursions around the region and that sort of thing would need to be a separate budget consideration by council in future years. So that is the way we have framed it. In the past there was an allocation However, with budget reviews, there is no longer that facility there. So it really comes down to a case-by-case basis where we would anticipate what outgoing or incoming delegations would occur in a year, and we would request assistance for that through the relevant budgeting processes and considerations.
Thank you, Michelle, because I believe it's a much better way, because I think in the past council has never had oversight of that money.
Although we do, my recollection is that each time a delegation was proposed, we did bring that through council, and there would always be a report afterwards to advise on what those outcomes and the impact of that financially was.
Any other questions around it, Councillor Nancy?
Thank you, Mayor. Look, I just wanted to say a couple of things, if I could. Firstly, just in relation to the delegations that have gone overseas, what Councillor Carroll says is very true. The mayoral position, no matter which council they come from, a mayoral position over in the likes of Japan and China and so forth, it is held in high esteem, and it's almost like your royalty when you walk in the room. So it needs to be acknowledged that that is very accurate.
Yep.
I have always felt that it's important for councillors to actually go on a delegation before they make a decision on what their thoughts are on these things.
Yep.
Having said that, I truly respect that Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan has never gone on one, but I think unless you go on one, you don't really understand the significance of it. Until I had gone on one, I was a little bit sceptical myself, but once I went on one, I realised how valuable they are to our relations. And so I do fully understand the value of these delegations. It was suggested by Councillor Shine that Tisby should do it. Well, are we prepared to put a heap of extra money into Tisby each year to cover those costs? Because at the end of the day, we can't be directing Tisby to do stuff without allowing for the budget implications for them. So I just encourage everyone to think seriously about this before you sort of make suggestions that could have impacts on both our budget and Tisby and also the relevance of the delegations.
And I think in what you're saying,
is a wonderful thing.
In what you're saying, much of the work that we're doing ourselves as council is solidly cultural to a large degree, if you look at it. And Councillor Rebecca, Councillor Melissa and Tim and his children were involved in a Skype hook-up the other day with students from Paju who were being involved with our university here, and I thought it was an excellent opportunity for us to talk. Yeah, Megan, if I can say to you, then in my first term on this council, I flatly refused any offers to go overseas, but then when I became the mayor, I suddenly realised the importance of it, and of course our relationship with Japan includes a massive investment that they have in the Oki feedlot and the Whyalla Oki abattoir and the Whyalla feedlot. And that's a massive investment. Korea, as you said, Carol, they've got investments here. New Zealand, I think, is pretty much a cultural thing. But in saying that, I wouldn't like to lose that relationship. Wouldn't like to lose any of it at this point in time. I think the work that's gone in, the history there is there, it's well worthwhile. But are there any other questions?
Mr Mayor.
Councillor Tim and then Councillor Nancy.
Thanks, Chair. Just a comment. I appreciate that the relationship and the economic viewpoint is one thing, but I'm pretty big on the education thing, as you know, and I see a lot of merit in going to another city who's perhaps a little bit further advanced in their how to put housing in smaller areas and working with sporting fields and planning schemes and further into that urban built-up area than we are, and see how they do it and take some of those areas back. I think where we're going as a region and see some of the ones who've done the bit of the journey earlier than us is a very valuable use of time.
And can I say that some of our staff exchanges have meant opportunity for us to learn from some of their advanced technology. Councillor Nancy?
I was just going to, you were talking about New Zealand, Wanganui, and I still think there is opportunity for us to hold a Masters Games here in the alternate year. I pushed hard for that when we came back from that trip, but it never seemed to eventuate. I still think there is opportunity for us to connect and do a Masters Games in the year that they don't do it.
Do you have to declare an interest being the hula hoop champion the last time we were over there?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry for that.
Yeah, you should have nearly declared that, I think.
Thank you.
Councillor Carroll?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Well, in the off year, Dunedin has it. So I agree that... But I was just going to mention, Mr Mayor, about Taiwan. I've been fortunate enough twice to go over to Taipei for the Smart City Conference, fully paid for by the Taipei City Council and whatever over there, except for, some other small expenses. It's been amazing to go over there. They lead the world in technology, as particularly smart parking and things like that, which I've brought back. And we've got a couple of reports done out of that, but at the end of the day, nothing's come of it. So it's very disappointing for me to see that. They've got, tremendous things we could learn from them. They have disasters every year. They have earthquakes. They built on top of a fault line. That's where Taipei 101 is. And they actually have typhoons where the centre, bit not too dissimilar to our city here, with a big green space right through the centre of the city because they have typhoons every year. And they leave all that, and there's a cycleway down on the top of that all the way out to the airport. So at the end of the day, with our creek system, they've done something similar, only on a much larger scale. So many things to learn from the Taiwanese. They're a democracy, unlike China, and they're actually very, very smart people over there. They lead the world in smart technology.
Understand that. I was there with the Council of Mayors and at an Asia Pacific conference and certainly picked that up. Councillor Megan.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Respectfully, I'd like to say that, I'm all for broadening my horizons, but not at the public expense. So I think by Councillor Carroll's own admission, what becomes of councillors going over there? I agree that you should go, but I don't think that councillors should go.
We didn't pick it up. That's what happened. There's opportunity, we just didn't do it.
Yeah, righto. Thank you. Any other comments around the room? Okay, the recommendation is there before you that Council endorse the 2021 Toowoomba Regional International Relations Strategy in Attachment 2. Any comments? Anyone wishing? Councillor Summerfield, you've moved. Councillor Summerfield has moved. Councillor McMahon has seconded that. Anyone wishing to speak against the motion?
Just a comment.
If not,
just a comment, if I could. If there's agreement, I wouldn't mind having that as for the term of council, rather than just say 2021. Because by 2021 means we should really be back here next year.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't see the sense in that, to be honest.
Okay. Are you happy with the term of the council, or do you think it ought to be broadened?
Ask the mover.
As a mover, I'm comfortable with that. I just probably need to divert to you, Seamus, and say, is there a limiting date within the strategy that would stop us doing that?
No, there isn't.
I'm comfortable with that. Thank you.
Comfortable.
Comfortable. Okay. So that's the change for the term of the council. No further comments? I'll put that to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? Wish to have your vote? Oh, well, next week you can record your vote if you wish. Carried, and that brings that concludes the meeting of the Economic Development Committee. So thank you very much, and I'll hand back over to
James.
Thanks, Jane. Thanks, Seamus. Thanks, Michelle.
Back to you.
James.
I'll ask him when he does the next public meeting.
Sometimes you wonder why you're even
Was he
here.
gone that way? Just wait on the mayor. Let me wait for him.
It might be a while.
All right, well, good afternoon, councillors. We'll resume the Environment Community Committee meeting for August. We're about to go into our next item, which is a confidential. Just quickly, councillor, before we do that, I just want to acknowledge Rebecca Schroeder, who's with us here. So this time last week, we brought up the 10th birthday for Youth Connect, and Beck spent nearly all 10 of those with it as well. So great work, Beck, over the 10 years, obviously, with Youth Connect. And I think it's a significant milestone, so to reach 10 years through Youth Connect. So, well done. Okay, so on that note, can I get a mover to go into confidential? Moved by Councillor McDonald, second by Councillor Shine. All those in favour? Thanks, Brendan. Well, thanks to our viewers that are back with us here for this exciting instalment of the Environment Community Committee for the month of August. We do have a committee recommendation with the Youth Advisory Committee. The Council appoint Nicole Jackson Ryan and Wendy Green as community representatives on the Regional Youth Advisory Committee, and two, that the unsuccessful applicants for appointment to the Toowoomba Regional Youth Advisory Committee be thanked for submitting their expressions of interest. Do I have a move? Councillor Vonoff, seconded Councillor McMahon. Does anyone wish to go into debate? Put the motion. Those in favour? It's carried. Thank you, councillors. That wraps up the August committee meeting for Environment and Community.
Thank you, Councillor O'Shea. Councillors, we resume the Finance and Business Strategy meeting, and we move to now close the meeting as we've got one item in closed session, which is the reappointment of chair on the board of the Empire Theatre, is item 6. So you can have someone to move to close the session. Moved by Councillor Shine, seconded by Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan. Those in favour? Thanks, Shane. So, councillors, we move to the recommendation, which will go to the August meeting next week. The recommendation is before you. The council reappoint Andrew Violent to the position of chairperson of the Board of Empire Theatres Pty Ltd for a term of 2 years from the date of the annual general meeting of the Board of the Empire Theatres Pty Ltd to be held on the 25th of October 2021. Do we have a mover of the motion? Moved by councillor Shine, seconded by councillor Carl. Those in favour? That's carried unanimously. That concludes, it actually includes everything today. That's the final.
Just go to the headmaster.
Thank you. Thanks for those that spent the time to sit in the gallery and those watching at home. Appreciate it.